In the first weeks of April 1945, there existed a moment, brief, almost imperceptible to those living through it, when the city of Vienna held its breath between two worlds. The Danube, that great river that had carved through empires and watched over centuries of marble and music, flowed as it always had, but the light falling upon its waters that early April dusk carried a strange quality, as though it knew what was coming, and could offer no warning except through the tremor of mist rising from its surface. The sky above the city's spires had begun to deepen into twilight when distant thunder rolled across the horizons to the east and south. Not quite thunder, or rather, thunder of an entirely different kind. Artillery. The sound was still far enough away that one could almost convince oneself it belonged to the fading war, not to Vienna itself, but the people who stood on bridges or peered from windows, the ones who had lived through 5 years of bombing and occupation, knew better. They recognized that particular rumble as the signature of something immense, drawing nearer with each passing hour. The city's silhouette, St. Stephen's Cathedral rising with its sharp, distinctive spire, the sprawling palaces and Baroque churches that had defined Vienna for 3 centuries, all of it was about to enter its final ordeal. This is the story of that ordeal, of how one of Europe's greatest capitals became a battleground in the very last chapter of the war in Europe, when the Third Reich was collapsing inward, and Vienna, improbably, became the last great prize worth fighting for. If you find yourself drawn to the hidden human stories within the largest historical moments, to the way ordinary people navigate extraordinary events, to the true account of Vienna's last days before liberation, I'd invite you to subscribe. This narrative will unfold across the hours ahead, and there is much to discover about a city caught between empires and fate. The Danube itself, before the offensive began, had become something of a boundary between worlds. On its northern bank lay Vienna proper, a city of waltzes and imperial memory, ringed now by defensive lines hastily constructed across gardens and parks. The river flowed with a particular melancholy that season, swollen from spring melt, its waters a greyish-green that reflected very little of the fading light. Those who remembered Vienna in peacetime, and there were fewer of these each year, could recall how the Danube had seemed almost benign in its grandeur, a highway of commerce and pleasure craft, a backdrop to the summer outings of a prosperous middle class. Now it had become a line of demarcation, a potential corridor of invasion, and every bridge across it had been assessed for its strategic value and its capacity to be destroyed. The mist that rose from the river in those early April evenings seemed to carry within it decades of accumulated moisture and memory, the dampness of all the springs that had come before, all the ordinary evenings when the city was simply a city and not a fortress awaiting siege. From the hills to the west and the forests to the south, Vienna's defenders peered outward through the gathering dusk and tried to read the patterns in the distant sound. German Army Group South, under the command of Colonel General Rendulic, had been given an impossible mandate: hold Vienna until relief came from elsewhere in the collapsing Reich, or until some miracle of military science or politics altered the trajectory of the war. The latter was already beyond possibility. The Soviet armies converging from the east and south had no intention of halting, no diplomatic settlement waiting, no recognition of any German claim to hold this city as a bargaining chip. For Vienna, for the Austrian territory surrounding it, there was only the logic of military conquest and the grinding weight of overwhelming force meeting weakening resistance. And yet in those twilight hours of early April, the city itself remained largely intact. The bombing campaigns of the previous years had scarred it, certainly. Pockmarks on facades, rubble in some districts, entire neighborhoods rendered into jagged collections of broken masonry. But the great buildings still stood. St. Stephen's Cathedral, with its intricate roof of glazed tiles, arranged in a geometric pattern of astonishing intricacy, still crowned the inner city with its needle of a spire. The palaces of the Habsburgs remained, their windows dark and their courtyards silent. The theatres and concert halls where Mozart and Beethoven had once filled evenings with music were shuttered and cold. This was what made Vienna precious and terrible in equal measure. It was a city of immense cultural and historical weight, about to become a battleground. How does one fight for a capital that is also a memorial? How do armies advance through streets that are simultaneously stages of imperial history and the homes of ordinary families huddled in cellars? The mist thickened as evening deepened into night, and the rumble in the distance became more frequent, less like distant thunder and more like the regular percussion of a great military machine in motion. The Soviet armies were indeed moving, their columns stretching across miles of Austrian territory, their forward elements already probing the outer defensive positions that the Germans had constructed around Vienna's southern and eastern approaches. In just hours or days, those distant sounds would become the immediate reality of the city itself. But in these last moments of relative quiet, Vienna remained suspended, a city that had seen so much change and upheaval throughout its long history, and was about to see more. The city that had once waltzed through the 19th century, that had hosted emperors and composers, that had seen Mozart premiere his symphonies and Strauss conduct in gilded ballrooms, now found itself holding its breath in the gathering darkness of April 1945. Vienna was preparing, though perhaps not in the way its architects had intended, for a finale of an altogether different kind. There is something profoundly unsettling about watching a place of such beauty brace itself for destruction. The spires that had watched over the Danube for centuries seemed almost to lean inward, as though bracing against a wind that hadn't yet arrived, but whose approach could be felt in the trembling of the air. The old imperial capital, the Austro-Hungarian heart that had governed so much of Europe for so long, was now merely a piece on a chessboard, controlled by forces far beyond its own destiny. And yet the city remained, still beautiful, still defiant in its way, still itself, even as the machinery of war ground ever closer. In those final weeks before the offensive, Vienna carried the weight of what it understood, though perhaps not fully, was coming. The people who lived there had endured years of bombardment already. They had seen their theatres damaged, their neighbourhoods scarred. They had grown accustomed to the sound of sirens, to the rush toward shelters, to the counting of the missing after each raid. But this was different. This was not bombs falling from the sky. This was the ground itself about to shift beneath them. The Soviets were coming from the east, and everyone in Vienna knew what that meant. The final act of the war was about to unfold on their streets, in their courtyards, within the very walls that had stood for centuries. There is a particular kind of tension that builds in a city, knowing that it will soon become a battlefield. It is not quite fear, though fear is certainly present. It is something more like a strange suspension, a holding of breath that lasts for days. Families gathered in their homes and whispered about what might happen. Those who could leave had already gone, streaming westward toward the American lines, hoping to fall into the hands of the Western Allies rather than face what Soviet occupation might bring. Those who remained, and there were hundreds of thousands of them still, prepared in the ways that ordinary people do when confronted with the extraordinary. They gathered what they could carry. They stocked what little food remained. They wondered, quietly, whether they would survive. The Austrian people living in Vienna at that moment occupied a peculiar and painful position. They had been absorbed into the German Reich in 1938, integrated into Hitler's empire for 7 years now. Yet Austria itself had never quite been Germany. Vienna had never quite been Berlin. There was a sense, even then, that Austria was something separate, something that might yet be salvaged from the wreckage of the Reich. Many Viennese harbored a fragile, unspoken hope. What if liberation meant not conquest but restoration? What if the end of the war could somehow preserve Vienna as Vienna? It was a hope that seemed increasingly fragile as Soviet artillery grew closer with each passing day. The city itself seemed almost conscious of its own history during those final weeks. Walking through the streets, had one been able to do so safely, one would have encountered a landscape layered with centuries. The Gothic spire of St. Stephen's Cathedral rose above everything else, a needle of stone pointing upward with an almost defiant grace. Around it spiraled the medieval lanes of the Altstadt, the old city, where Mozart had walked and where emperors had ridden. The grand avenues laid out by the Habsburgs in their moment of imperial confidence cut through the neighborhoods with mathematical precision. The Ringstrasse, that great circular boulevard that encircled the old city center, still bore the architectural ambitions of an empire that had once seemed eternal. And now all of it, every spire, every avenue, every square, was about to be tested by forces that cared nothing for beauty or history. Consider for a moment what it must have felt like to be alive in Vienna in those final days before the battle. The city was still functioning, after a fashion. Newspapers still published, though their headlines grew increasingly desperate. The radio still broadcast, though the announcements now spoke only of miraculous defenses and last-minute victories that never seemed to materialize. Shops remained open, though there was less and less to sell. People moved through the streets with the peculiar numbness that comes when one has endured too much uncertainty for too long. They had survived so much already: the early years of Nazi rule, the bombing campaigns, the shortages, the constant fear. And now came the final test. The psychological landscape of Vienna in early April 1945 was complex and layered, full of contradictions. There was resignation, the understanding that the war was lost and that the end would come soon. There was also a strange kind of denial, a reluctance to fully accept what was about to happen. There was fear of the unknown, particularly of the Soviets, whose reputation had been shaped by years of Nazi propaganda and whose actual intentions remained opaque. But there was also, in some quarters, a tentative hope. Perhaps, some whispered, this ending could be a beginning. Perhaps from the ashes of the Third Reich, Austria could emerge as something separate, something that had been violated rather than corrupted. If you find yourself drawn to the texture of history, to the way that ordinary people experience the extraordinary moments that shape the future, to the stories of cities caught between empires and the quiet courage of those who lived through them, then consider following this journey through Vienna's final days of war. This is not merely a military history, though armies and generals certainly played their role. This is the story of a city remembering itself even as it prepared to be unmade and remade by forces far beyond its control. The evening mist continued to settle over the Danube. The distant rumble that had seemed almost like distant thunder in earlier days was growing steadily closer, more insistent, harder to mistake for anything other than what it was. Vienna's moment was coming. The waltzes had faded, the spires stood in shadow, and in the gathering darkness, a city of 2 million souls waited to discover what its future would hold. By the winter of 1944, the Eastern Front had become something other than a military line. It had become a hemorrhage. For months, Soviet forces under commanders like Marshal Georgy Zhukov had been pushing westward in a series of offensives that seemed, to German command, almost inexorable in their relentless grinding momentum. The great defensive lines that Germany had held, with such pride, such certainty only 2 years before, had crumbled like ancient brick left too long in the frost. Warsaw fell. Hungary convulsed. The Germans found themselves in a kind of desperate backward stumble, pulling forces from everywhere to shore up gaps that seemed to multiply faster than they could be filled. By January 1945, as snow fell heavy on the Polish plains, the Wehrmacht's situation in the east had grown truly dire. The Soviets had crossed the Vistula River and were driving toward the German frontier itself. They had liberated Warsaw's smoking ruins. They were consolidating supply lines and massing forces for what would be the final great sweep into the Reich's soft, vulnerable belly. And yet, there was one objective that still shone in German strategic thinking with a peculiar glow, one city that still seemed to carry weight beyond its immediate military value. That city was Vienna. Why Vienna? The question deserves a moment's gentle reflection, because the answer was never purely strategic in the way that Berlin or the industrial heartland might be. Vienna had symbolic gravity. It was the capital of the Austro-Hungarian Empire's dreams, the ancient seat of the Habsburgs, a metropolis that had shaped European culture and power for centuries. As the Soviets moved closer, as it became clear that the Third Reich's final moments were approaching, Vienna took on an almost mythic importance to Nazi planners. Here was a capital that, they believed, could be held. Here was a fortress. Here was a stand that might, perhaps, in the fevered hopes of Hitler and his inner circle, change the trajectory of everything. The geography of the moment should be understood carefully. After the failure of the German counteroffensive in the Ardennes in January, the Wehrmacht's reserves on the Eastern Front were skeletal. Soviet forces now occupied most of Poland, much of Yugoslavia, and they had pushed deep into Hungary. Budapest had fallen in early February after a savage urban siege that left the city in ruins and its defenders shattered. From the Soviet perspective, Vienna was the natural next objective. It was the capital of Austria, it lay along the Danube, and it represented the western edge of the zone they were claiming as their post-war sphere of influence. But there was more to it than strategic positioning alone. You see, Vienna sat in a kind of geographical amphitheatre. To the east lay the Hungarian plain, the landscape that Soviet mechanized forces had already learned to traverse with devastating efficiency. To the south lay Yugoslavia, now largely under Soviet control. To the north and west lay the Alps and the Bohemian Plateau. If you held Vienna, you held the gateway to the Reich's last defensible terrain. If Vienna fell, the road to Prague and Munich opened before you. The Americans and British, advancing from the west, might reach these places first. Or the Soviets might. That ambiguity was itself a kind of prize. Vienna was where the future shape of Europe would be decided, whether anyone quite said it aloud. For the Germans, Vienna represented something else entirely, a psychological fortress. Throughout the war, German propaganda had spoken of inevitable final victories, of great defensive lines that would bleed the enemy white, of wonder weapons that would turn the tide. By 1945, most Germans no longer believed any of this, yet the myth persisted in upper command, like a ghost in an old house. Vienna, they whispered, could be held. Vienna was where the SS would make its stand. Vienna was where German discipline and German will would prove superior to Soviet numbers. It was, perhaps, the last hope that anyone in Berlin could cling to. The Soviet commanders saw things rather differently, though not less seriously. Marshal Fyodor Ivanovich Tolbukhin, who commanded the Third Ukrainian Front, was a careful strategist with a reputation for methodical planning. Marshal Rodion Yakovlevich Malinovsky, commanding the Second Ukrainian Front to Tolbukhin's north, was equally meticulous. Together, they had been tasked with the destruction of German Army Group South and the clearing of Austria. Neither man was a flamboyant personality. Neither sought headlines or dramatic gestures, but both understood that Vienna was the key that would unlock everything else: the advance toward Prague, the establishment of Soviet dominance in Central Europe, and the acceleration of the war's final phase toward its conclusion. By March 1945, Soviet intelligence knew that German forces in Austria numbered somewhere in the vicinity of 500,000 men, though the precise figures were subject to debate and remain somewhat murky even now. These forces were spread thin, weakened by illness and exhaustion, depleted by the endless demands of the Eastern Front's grinding attrition. Yet they were still formidable. Army Group South was commanded by Colonel General Otto Wöhler, a professional officer of the old school. Under him were divisions that included some of the Wehrmacht's toughest remaining units, along with many fresh or reinforced German formations pulled back to make this stand. And here lay the peculiar tragedy of Vienna's last battle, one that often goes unexamined in the broader narratives of the war's end. Vienna was being prepared for a fierce defense by forces that no longer believed in victory, following orders from a regime that had perhaps a month or two of life remaining. The soldiers who would fight in its streets and suburbs were professionals, but they were also exhausted men, many of them conscripts and replacements, many of them aware on some level that their sacrifice would change nothing. They would fight because soldiers fight. They would die because war requires it. But the outcome had already been written on the steppes of Russia and the plains of Poland. Vienna's battle would be a coda, powerful and tragic, but a coda nonetheless. The Soviets understood this too, which is perhaps why they approached it with such methodical precision rather than any sense of rush. There was no need to hurry. The Germans had nowhere else to go. Vienna was a dead end for them, and everyone knew it. The Soviets would advance deliberately, consolidating their lines, ensuring their supply routes were secure, bringing up their artillery and armor in waves that could not be stopped. It was, in the cruelest sense, a kind of patience born from the knowledge that time itself had become their weapon. To understand Vienna in those final, fracturing days of 1945, one must first hold in the mind a city that was not born yesterday, but rather seemed to carry centuries in its very stones. Vienna in April was a palimpsest, layer upon layer of empire compressed into one impossible geography, squeezed between the Danube to the north and the Vienna woods rising dark and ancient to the south and west. It was, for so long, the capital of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, that sprawling multinational realm that had shaped half of Europe with its diplomatic intrigues and classical music and peculiar, melancholic grace. The ring road that encircled the inner city, the first district, where St. Stephen's Cathedral stood like a prayer in stone, had been built only a century before when Emperor Franz Joseph opened it in 1865, a grand boulevard meant to declare Austrian permanence and sophistication to the world. The architecture that remained in 1945, or what remained of it, told the story of a civilization that believed in its own endurance. The Hofburg Palace, where emperors had ruled, stood in the heart of the city even as artillery would soon pit and scarred its facades. The great Habsburg churches and the Vienna State Opera House, rebuilt after its destruction in 1869, now ready for destruction again. These were not mere buildings but statements of faith in continuity, in a future that would always exist as an extension of the glorious past. There was something almost cruel in that faith when one considers the city's actual fate, but perhaps that is why the people of Vienna clung to such memories so fiercely in those final weeks. What else remained to hold on to? The geography of Vienna shaped how the battle would unfold, though few of those trapped within its confines could have fully grasped this yet. The Danube Canal cut through the northeastern portions of the city, creating natural barriers and bottlenecks that would later become killing grounds. The great river itself, to the north, wide and freezing in early spring, would become both obstacle and avenue. The suburbs fanned outward in concentric rings, Floridsdorf to the northeast, Gersthof to the north, and then to the south and east, the working-class districts of Favoriten and Simmering, where the factories clustered, where the railway yards sprawled, where a different Vienna lived, one less concerned with waltzes and imperial memory than with bread rations and keeping warm through another winter of war. In those weeks before the offensive truly began, Vienna was a city of perhaps 1.5 million souls, though this number had been fluctuating for years as refugees arrived and conscripts departed and bombs fell and people simply vanished. The population was exhausted in a way that transcends mere physical fatigue. 12 years of Nazi rule had worn the collective spirit thin. The earlier Allied bombing raids, Vienna had been spared the absolute devastation visited upon Dresden or Hamburg, but not spared entirely, had destroyed neighborhoods and killed thousands. Families lived in constant tension between hope and dread, a dread that deepened with each passing week as the Russians drew nearer. What was remarkable about Vienna's psychological state in early 1945 was the coexistence of contradictions. There was, among many citizens, a quiet relief that the end might finally be coming. The war was unquestionably lost. Anyone who listened to underground radio broadcasts or read between the lines of official propaganda understood this fundamental truth. And yet there was also terror. The Russians were coming. Stories, some true, some inflated by Nazi propaganda, some born from simple human fear of the unknown, circulated in cellars and apartments and bread queues. What would Soviet occupation mean? The Wehrmacht and the SS had filled Viennese heads with tales of barbarity and Slavic vengeance for years. The city itself, in its layered geography, had become a refuge of sorts for certain populations even as it became a trap for others. The grand houses of the Ring Road and the prosperous neighborhoods like Hietzing, where the wealthy had once lived in Belle Epoque splendor, now housed Nazi officers, SS men, and those fortunate or unfortunate enough to have maintained access to resources. The U-Bahn, the underground railway system that had been built in the 1920s and 1930s as a marvel of modern engineering, would soon become the literal underground. Tens of thousands of Viennese would shelter in its tunnels and stations as the battle raged above, bringing to those caverns a strange, inverted city of perhaps 200,000 people living in the dark, breathing stale air, listening to the rumble of shells through the earth and stone above their heads. The working-class districts to the south and east, the districts that had voted socialist before the Nazis came and destroyed all democracy, were perhaps the most vulnerable to what was coming. They had already endured Allied bombing. They would now face the first wave of the Soviet assault, as the Red Armies pushed in from that direction. The tenements and apartment blocks of these areas, built in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, offered little protection and many hiding places, and they would become, in the coming weeks, streets of rubble and blood and courage and despair. There was also something peculiarly Viennese about the mood in those final, strange weeks of peace before the battle. Vienna had always been a city of coffee houses, where intellectuals and artists and ordinary citizens gathered to discuss philosophy and politics and the meaning of beauty. Even in April 1945, even with the war clearly ending, even with the Russians approaching, Viennese people maintained certain rituals. They drank their coffee, ersatz coffee, often, but coffee nonetheless, in the few establishments still open. They spoke in hushed tones about what might come next. There was, among many, a stoic dignity, a sense that Vienna had survived worse, that it would survive this as well. Whether this was wisdom or delusion may depend on whom one asks even today. nearly 80 years later. The people caught between hope and dread formed the true landscape of Vienna in those days. There were the genuine anti-Nazis, those who had resisted in small ways or large ways throughout the long night of the war. There were the true believers in the regime, men and women who still clung to Nazi ideology even as the structure of the Third Reich crumbled around them. There were the vast majority in between, people simply trying to survive, trying to protect their families, trying to hold on to some shred of normalcy and humanity in a time when both seemed increasingly distant luxuries. The imperial past that Vienna carried so heavily in its memory and in its monuments was about to become irrelevant. The Grand Habsburg idea had died decades ago. The Austro-Hungarian Empire had collapsed after the First World War, and Austria had been annexed into Hitler's Reich in 1938, an Anschluss that many Austrians had initially welcomed or at least accepted with resignation. Now, in 1945, that imperial Vienna was about to be buried under a different kind of rubble than the literal destruction of buildings and streets. It was about to pass into history, into memory, into the careful preservation efforts of museums and scholars and old men and women who would spend the rest of their lives remembering what Vienna had been before the storm. In the winter of 1944 and into the early months of 45, Vienna's defenders existed in a strange and contradictory space, holding a city that was simultaneously written off and mythologized as eternal. The force tasked with the defense was Army Group South, under the command of Colonel General Otto Wöhler, a careful and somewhat reluctant general who had watched the Eastern Front crumble piece by piece across the previous months. His army had been shattered and reformed more times than he could count. It came to Vienna diminished, scattered, and in many ways already a memory of itself. Yet what remained was not insignificant. Wöhler had perhaps 60,000 troops, a mixture of Wehrmacht regulars, Luftwaffe ground personnel repurposed as infantry, Hitler Youth battalions, and various Volkssturm units. Ordinary citizens drafted into a last defense that most of them could feel, in the marrow of their bones, was futile. Among these defenders moved another force entirely. The SS garrison in Vienna numbered perhaps 5,000, though records varied and would always vary. The SS kept its own accounting, answerable to no one, least of all to Army Command. They held the city's strategic points, the key bridges, the government buildings, the armories and communications centers. They were ideologically committed in a way that the regular army largely was not by that stage of the war. Many were veterans of the Eastern Front, hardened by years of combat and by the terrible knowledge of what they had done in the name of the Reich. They believed, or had trained themselves to believe, or perhaps had simply stopped questioning, the propaganda that flowed from Berlin. Vienna could be held. Vienna would be held. The very idea that the capital of Austria, the very heart of Greater Germany, could fall seemed not just military failure, but ontological impossibility. And here lay the greatest myth of all, the one that shaped defensive preparations and morale and would ultimately cost lives in its very adherents. Vienna was whispered about as an impregnable bastion, a second Berlin, a fortress city where every street could be turned into a killing ground. The truth was far more fragile. Vienna had ancient fortifications, yes, the Ring, those grand concentric boulevards that had been designed centuries earlier as defensive lines against Ottoman advance. The Ring could theoretically be used to slow an invader, though no one in command seriously believed it would stop a Soviet army. The Danube itself, flowing northeast through the city, offered another line of defense. The bridges were prepared for demolition. Rubble from bombed buildings had been piled across streets and squares. Tank obstacles, crude anti-tank ditches, and barricades were hastily constructed in the weeks before the offensive began. But fortifications are only as strong as the men who hold them, and the men holding Vienna's were exhausted, undersupplied, increasingly demoralized by the knowledge that they were defending not a city that could be saved, but merely a stage for final spectacle. Wohler understood this with a clarity that his orders from Berlin did not permit him to speak aloud. The strategic situation in early 1945 had become almost geometrically impossible. Soviet forces had already swept through Hungary, through Romania, and were now poised on Austria's borders to both the east and the south. The Reich itself was collapsing. Berlin was already under siege. Yet Vienna was to be held at all costs. The contradiction was unbearable, but it was the contradiction that defined the Eastern Front's final months. A desperate adherence to orders that everyone knew could not be fulfilled. A continuation of violence not for strategic purpose, but for its own sake, or for the sake of maintaining hierarchy and discipline, even as the system itself was being erased. The preparations for Vienna's defense had a curious, almost dreamlike quality, when examined in what we might call the long view now, from the perspective of decades later. Defensive positions were strengthened in certain sectors, while others remained vulnerably thin. Artillery pieces were positioned and repositioned according to orders that sometimes seemed to change weekly. Supply lines grew longer and more tenuous. Ammunition was rationed, never enough for a true defense, always sufficient to suggest that resistance was possible. Young officers gave briefings as if they were preparing for a campaign that would unfold over months, while in their private moments they wrote letters they hoped would never be sent, or made private calculations about surrender and survival. It was a kind of collective theatre, performed by men who knew the script had already ended, but could not step off the stage. The SS garrison, meanwhile, distributed pamphlets and gave speeches about Austrian pride and resistance to the Bolshevik enemy. They spoke of miracle weapons that might still arrive from the south. They spoke of German victories that had supposedly occurred, or would occur, in sectors they could not explain. Some believed this rhetoric genuinely. Others used it as a tool of command, understanding that men fight harder when they imagine possibility, even impossible possibility. And some, perhaps most, simply performed belief without examining too closely what lay underneath, because examination would require them to confront what came next, and what came next was unknowable, or knowable only in the most nightmarish sense. The layering of Vienna's defense was a map of these contradictions. The outer rings, where suburban sprawl and outlying villages formed the first barriers, were defended by whatever troops could be spared, often the youngest, the oldest, the most exhausted. The inner defences around the city proper concentrated more experienced soldiers and the SS units. The bridges, those critical crossing points, were entrusted entirely to the SS. And at the very heart, in the inner city where government buildings and the cathedral stood, the most ideologically committed units maintained their positions, ready to turn the historic centre into a final redoubt if necessary. It was a defensive line that made sense only if one believed that Vienna could be held, and most of those drawing the maps no longer believed this. They were drawing maps for a war that was already over, for a city that was already, in some essential sense, lost. By early April, the Red Army's massive pincers were beginning to close around Vienna from two directions, and it is worth pausing here to understand the sheer scale of the forces converging on this last Austro-German stronghold. Marshal Fyodor Tolbakin commanded the Third Ukrainian Front from the southeast, his armies having swept through Romania and into southern Hungary, with a momentum that had carried them nearly to Vienna's doorstep. Tolbakin was a meticulous planner, a man who had earned his rank not through ideological fervour, but through a methodical mastery of large-scale operations. and his forces now stretched across a vast semicircle from the direction of Lake Balaton, moving steadily northwestward, with the kind of careful precision that suggested he had no intention of allowing Vienna to become a prolonged defensive nightmare. Alongside him, moving with equal determination from the east, was Marshal Rodion Malinovsky's Second Ukrainian Front, which had fought its way through the wreckage of the German advance in Hungary and now pressed toward Vienna from the direction of the Hungarian plain. These two fronts were not separate commands in any practical sense by this point. They represented a coordinated hammer and anvil that Stavka, the Soviet High Command in Moscow, had orchestrated with meticulous care. The question that haunted German commanders was not whether the Soviets would reach Vienna, but rather how quickly they would arrive, and whether the city's defenders could consolidate a meaningful resistance before the ring closed entirely. Tolbukin's Third Ukrainian Front was composed at its core of three armies: the 4th Guards Army under General Dmitry Lelushenko, the 9th Guards Army under General Vasily Chuikov, the same Chuikov who had orchestrated the devastation of Stalingrad and would now bring that fierce urban combat expertise to Vienna, and the 27th Army under General Sergei Shcherbakov. These were not fresh levies or hastily assembled formations. These were the sinews of Soviet combat power, units that had fought from the Don and the Volga all the way to the Danube, accumulating expertise in breakthrough operations, in rapid encirclement, in the coordination of armor and infantry across distances of 100 kilometers or more. Between them, these armies deployed hundreds of tanks, thousands of guns, and enough rifle strength to overwhelm any static defensive position. Malinovsky's Second Ukrainian Front, approaching from the northeast, wielded similar striking power. The 7th Guards Army under General Mikhail Shumilov, the 46th Army, the Romanian armies fighting under Soviet command, and a vast array of supporting formations that included mechanized brigades, reconnaissance units, an engineer corps trained in the rapid construction of bridges and assault crossings. It is worth recognizing that by this stage of the war, the Soviet Red Army had evolved into something almost unrecognizable from the desperate defensive forces of 1941 and 1942. These were now armies of maneuver, of sophisticated combined arms operations, of coordinated firepower and logistics networks that could support rapid advances across hundreds of kilometers. The convergence, however, was not simply a matter of raw numbers overwhelming a fixed position. Tolbukin and Malinovsky both faced significant tactical challenges, and this is perhaps what saved Vienna from becoming another Berlin or Budapest, a grinding, destructive urban siege lasting weeks or months. The southern approaches to Vienna, defended by German Army Group South under General Lothar Rendulic, occupied some of the most challenging terrain in the entire theatre. The Vienna Woods, the Wiener Wald as it was known, formed a natural barrier of steep hills, dense forest, and narrow valleys that would force any attacker to move deliberately, to probe for weakness rather than simply roll forward on open terrain. Furthermore, the Germans still possessed a certain residual combat capability in this sector. German reinforcements, particularly SS formations and fanatical Wehrmacht units, had been poured into Vienna's defences over the preceding weeks, and while these formations lacked the armour support and air superiority that might have truly threatened the Soviet advance, they were sufficiently strong to make the Soviet commanders treat the approach with caution. Tolbukin, in particular, had no interest in launching frontal assaults into prepared defensive positions. He had time. Soviet doctrine emphasized economy of force where possible, and Vienna was not going to escape the Red Army regardless. Better to feel for weaknesses, to probe the German lines, to find the gaps through which armor could pour, than to assault directly into prepared positions. What becomes clear as we examine the Soviet approach in those early days of April is that Tolbukin and Malinovsky understood they were executing a carefully choreographed operation. They were not racing each other, despite what German propaganda would later claim. They were not driven by some insatiable hunger for conquest, though of course political considerations weighed heavily in Stalin's mind about who would liberate Vienna and plant the Soviet flag on the Hofburg Palace. Rather, they were executing the culminating phase of their respective operations with an eye toward completing it as thoroughly and as economically as possible in terms of their own forces. The Third Ukrainian Front's advance from the south and southeast had the advantage of mobility. Tolbukin's armies could maneuver across the plains and rolling hills of southern Austria, could seek to drive around German defensive positions rather than through them. The Second Ukrainian Front, pressing from the northeast, faced more constrained terrain. The Hungarian plain gave way to hills and forests as one approached Vienna from that direction. Yet this very constraint meant that Malinovsky's approach, while perhaps more methodical, was also more predictable to German commanders. In the quiet hours of early April, as the two Soviet fronts continued their careful advance, Vienna's defenders could hear the rumble of Soviet artillery growing steadily closer, could sense the tightening of the noose with each passing day. The city's population, sheltering in cellars and listening to rumors, could only imagine what was coming. The question that must have occupied every citizen's mind was not whether the Soviets would arrive, but rather what condition Vienna would be in once they did. Would the Wehrmacht fight to the last rubble? Would the SS make good on their promises of a heroic final stand? Or would someone, somewhere, find the wisdom to spare the city further destruction? These were not rhetorical questions in the minds of Vienna's people. They were pressing, immediate concerns, matters of survival, and the preservation of the city itself. The approach of Tolbukin's and Malinovsky's fronts was felt more as a clock counting down than as a liberating force. The Soviet armies advanced with mechanical certainty, their commanders focused on operational objectives and strategic calculations, while above Vienna's churches and palaces, the spring sky grew darker with each passing hour. By March, Vienna had begun to feel less like a capital and more like a waiting room. The city that had once played host to emperors and orchestras had contracted into something smaller, tighter, more survivalist. In the coffee houses that remained open, patrons no longer ordered the rich sakatort. Instead, they stirred chicory into cups of something that tasted vaguely of roasted grain, and no one pretended anymore that it was actually coffee. The pretense of normalcy had worn as thin as the ration cards themselves. Each household received their allocation printed on small cardboard rectangles, each coupon representing a day's worth of flour, or margarine, or the grey bread that crumbled on the tongue. For those with money, the black market thrived in doorways and parks, but for most Viennese, hunger had become a companion, as steady and unremarkable as the cold. The bombing had intensified through the winter and into early spring. The Americans had struck from the air since 1943, but the frequency and intensity of raids had quickened dramatically as the war spiraled toward its conclusion. Factory districts and rail yards bore the deepest scars, but the shockwaves traveled outward, and no neighborhood could claim immunity. The children had grown accustomed to the sirens in a way that made adults uneasy. There was something troubling about a 10-year-old who barely looked up from their slate when the warning wailed. Some families had taken to sleeping in the U-Bahn tunnels on nights when the raids were predicted. The underground trains no longer ran except occasionally in daylight, and so the platforms had become sleeping chambers of a strange sort, damp, echoing, but deeper than the destruction above could reach. Families would descend the long stairs in the afternoon, spreading newspapers on the concrete, arranging their meager pillows, and waiting in the darkness for the all-clear signal that might come hours later or might not come until dawn. Water had become unreliable. Pipes burst regularly under the weight of bomb damage and the freezing temperatures. Many blocks relied on communal pumps or organized bucket brigades to haul water from the Danube itself. There was something almost medieval about it, and perhaps it was in that regression that people began to lose faith in the promises they had been fed. The news bulletins grew increasingly abstract, filled with references to strategic withdrawals and defensive positions that meant, to anyone listening with even half an ear, that the boundaries of the Reich were collapsing inward. The radio still spoke of ultimate weapons and final victories, but the tone had shifted. It had taken on the quality of a prayer, recited out of habit, rather than conviction. People gathered around wireless sets in hallways and kitchens, and what they heard was a language that bore less and less resemblance to their actual experience. Rumors filled the void that official news left behind. They moved through the city like a nervous system, each story branching and multiplying as it passed from one exhausted person to another. The Russians were weeks away. The Russians were days away. The Russians were outside the city boundaries already. The Germans had dug in some sort of permanent fortification. The Wehrmacht was going to make a heroic last stand that would turn the tide of the entire Eastern Front. Alternatively, the war would end next week, and Vienna would be spared because someone important had decided it was too beautiful to destroy, or that someone important had decided to destroy it entirely rather than let it fall to the Soviets. In the absence of truth, people constructed elaborate theories to explain what was happening and what would happen next. Some of these theories were terrifying, and some were hopeful, and all of them were exhausting because none of them could be verified until events unfolded on their own schedule. There was a strange, almost unbearable quality to this waiting period. It was not the frenzy of active battle, nor was it the normal rhythm of civilian life. It was something in between, a suspended state where the present was neither fully stable nor openly chaotic. The shops closed earlier each day as merchants struggled to find goods to sell. The street lamps were lit less frequently to conserve fuel that was needed elsewhere. Entire blocks seemed to have fallen into a kind of hibernation, their windows dark, their doors locked, their inhabitants retreated into interior spaces where they might, theoretically, be safer. And yet the city had not become silent. There was still traffic, still the sound of military vehicles moving through the streets, still the shuffle of people conducting the small, necessary rituals of daily survival. But it was all conducted at a lower volume, as though everyone had silently agreed not to disturb something fragile that was balanced on a knife's edge. The Austrian resistance networks had quietly begun their work in these final weeks, though few ordinary Viennese were aware of their existence. There were those who had been listening to foreign radio broadcasts despite the legal prohibition, those who had maintained secret contacts, those who harbored illusions of sparing their city from destruction through negotiation or sabotage. But these efforts remained largely in the shadows, known only to small circles of committed individuals. For most people, there was simply the day-to-day effort of maintaining oneself and one's family through another week of deprivation and uncertainty. A mother would wonder whether her son, fighting somewhere to the east, was still alive. A shopkeeper would decide which items to hide from the requisition officers. An elderly man would sit in a cafe that served chicory and remember what coffee had tasted like. An engineer at a factory would consider, in quiet moments, whether he might sabotage some small component without being discovered. The aristocratic old Vienna of the 19th century had already been buried beneath decades of industrial expansion and modernization, but the memory of it persisted in the architecture, in the habits of speech, in certain gestures and formalities that lingered among the older residents. There were those who wondered, in these final weeks, whether even these memories would survive what was coming. The great palaces had already been damaged in earlier bombing raids. The Hofburg, the imperial residence, had been struck but not destroyed. St. Stephen's Cathedral stood intact, its Gothic spire still pointing upward toward the sky, as it had for nearly 7 centuries. People would pass it sometimes and feel a strange mixture of pride and dread, that it should stand through so much, that it should still be there after everything the city had endured. Did that promise something? Or was it simply a building, beautiful and ancient, but ultimately defenseless against the logic of modern warfare? There was no way to know. There was only the waiting, and the hunger, and the knowledge that something immense was gathering beyond the eastern horizon, moving slowly closer. The first week of April arrived with a peculiar softness for such violence. The Soviet columns, having reorganized their supplies and consolidated their positions along the Austrian frontier, began their final push westward, almost as if drawn by gravity itself. Tolbukin's Third Ukrainian Front, which had battered its way through Hungary and into the foothills that ring Vienna's eastern reaches, started to sense the thinning of German resistance. The Wehrmacht forces that had once stood as a formidable wall were now scattered, exhausted, and increasingly aware that no reinforcements would come from the collapsing Reich to the north. The roads leading toward Austria lay open in a way they had not been open for years, and the Soviet commanders knew it. On April 2nd, advance scouts crossed the border at Deutsch Altenburg, a small crossing on the Danube itself. There was no grand ceremony, no dramatic moment that the historians would later identify as the exact minute when Austria fell back into Soviet hands. Instead, it was a quiet, methodical advance, the kind that leaves no monument but changes everything. Behind those advance scouts came the heavy columns, T-34 tanks moving in careful formations, their engines grinding against the early spring mud, infantry riding on the turrets, weapons ready, but spirits already turning toward anticipation. How does a soldier feel, one might wonder, when the end seems to draw so near? There was exhaustion, certainly, but also a strange electric clarity that comes when a long pursuit finally closes within sight of its prey. The towns that lay between the frontier and Vienna fell with surprising rapidity. Deutsch Altenburg itself surrendered within hours. Bruck an der Liethe, barely 30 kilometers east of Vienna's outermost suburbs, opened its gates on April 3rd after a brief show of resistance that collapsed almost as soon as it began. The German garrison there, perhaps 200 soldiers under a young Oberstleutnant, who understood that further sacrifice was meaningless, chose to lay down their arms. What remained of the Wehrmacht in these outlying positions had begun to shift its focus toward a last stand within Vienna itself, abandoning the rural approaches to focus all remaining strength on the city's perimeter. It was a calculated choice, though one born more from desperation than genuine strategy. The first real contact with the German defensive lines came not as a climactic clash, but as a series of probing encounters along the eastern edge of Vienna's suburban ring. Soviet reconnaissance units, moving ahead of the main columns, encountered German anti-tank guns positioned in the villages of Simmering and Stadlau, which lay in the outer reaches of the city's industrial belt. These were not elite SS Panzer Grenadiers or fanatical Wehrmacht regulars. Many were older reservists, Hitler Youth members barely trained and terrified, or worse, foreign conscripts who had been pressed into German service and harbored no loyalty whatsoever to the cause they were supposedly dying for. When the first Soviet shells came down on these positions, some positions held for hours. Others were abandoned within minutes, leaving behind only the detritus of hasty retreat, abandoned rifles, scattered ammunition, hastily scrawled notes left on tables by men who had been told they were defending the last bastion of European civilization. The tempo of the advance accelerated through April 4th and 5th. Marshal Malinovsky's Second Ukrainian Front, approaching from the south and southwest, after having pursued the Germans through Hungary and crossed into Austria near Lake Balaton, began to close the pincers. The two Soviet prongs, Tolbukin's from the east and Malinovsky's from the south, were converging in a movement that resembled the slow closing of two fists around a fragile object. German commanders in Vienna could see the map clearly enough. They understood that they had perhaps days, not weeks, before the city would be surrounded entirely. Some positions were reinforced. Barricades were hastily constructed across major thoroughfares. Tank obstacles, the crude anti-tank dragons made of twisted steel, were emplaced in the streets and parks. Yet there was something almost performative about these efforts, as if everyone involved understood that they were going through the motions of preparation, rather than genuinely preparing for what was to come. The landscape of eastern Austria, in those early April days, was beginning to show the scars of the long war. Villages that had escaped bombing campaigns now bore the marks of combat. Houses that had stood for centuries, their walls thick enough to withstand centuries of weather, crumbled under Soviet tank fire. Smoke rose in the mornings and lingered into the evenings. The roads themselves became clogged with a desperate flow of refugees moving westward, away from the advancing Soviets, away from Vienna, toward a west that they hoped might bring American or British liberation rather than Soviet occupation. Do you hear in your mind the sound of those roads? The creaking of handcarts, the cries of children separated from their parents in the chaos, the weeping of women who could only walk and hope. Soviet tactics in this phase, the opening moves, were relatively straightforward and had been refined across months of fighting through Eastern Europe. The reconnaissance elements would probe the German lines, looking for gaps, testing the strength of resistance at various points. Once a weak spot was identified, mechanized forces would punch through, wheeling north or south to widen the breach and encircle isolated German positions. The Germans would attempt to mount counterattacks with whatever mobile forces remained available, but these grew increasingly futile as each day passed. A German panzer company that might once have been able to blunt a Soviet advance and buy time for a retreat now found itself isolated, surrounded, its radio communications increasingly sporadic and unreliable. What emerges from the accounts of those first days of April, when Soviet forces were still in the open country outside Vienna's immediate suburbs, is a sense of inevitability beginning to settle over the German defense. Officers wrote in their journals of the hopelessness of the situation. Enlisted men, in the informal chats captured later by historians and archivists, spoke of a strange resignation. The grand speeches about wonder weapons and final victories, the radio broadcasts that promised miraculous reversals, had lost whatever power they might once have possessed. The reality visible on every horizon was Soviet armor, Soviet infantry, and the slow but inexorable approach of an enemy that had learned, over thousands of kilometers of combat, exactly how to dismantle German resistance and keep moving. Yet even as the Soviet forces pushed inexorably toward Vienna, something peculiar was happening within the city itself. The leadership, both Nazi and military, remained in a state of confused disagreement about whether Vienna should be defended to the last building or abandoned to spare it from destruction. This tension would shape everything that followed, creating a strange overlay of conflicting orders, half-hearted preparations, and last-minute shifts in strategy that would give the entire Vienna offensive its unique and tragic character. The Vienna woods, that dense rolling forest that had cradled imperial hunting lodges and romantic poets for centuries, became in the spring of 1945 something altogether different. They became a labyrinth of fire and shadow where the last organized German defenses in Austria would make their stand before the city itself consumed them entirely. The very terrain that had once promised escape and solitude now became a place where soldiers learned the meaning of slow, methodical devastation. Soviet forces pressing westward from the Carpathians understood that Vienna could not be reached by a direct thrust down the Danube Valley alone. The city needed to be encircled, its defenders cut off from retreat, its supply lines severed with the precision of a surgeon's blade. And so the armies moved in a deliberate choreography across ground that resisted their advance at every turn. The Vienna woods, which rose to perhaps 800 meters at their highest points, were not truly mountains in the alpine sense, yet they presented a challenge far more insidious than open ground ever could. Ravines twisted unpredictably through dense beech and spruce. Narrow paths that had served foresters and hikers for generations became corridors of fatal vulnerability, and the German defenders, though depleted and exhausted, had months to prepare entrenchments along the higher ridges. Marshal Tolbukin's Third Ukrainian Front, having swept through Hungary with remarkable speed in the preceding weeks, now had to confront the reality that speed and open warfare were luxuries no longer available to them. The advance slowed. It could not help but slow. Soviet rifle divisions that had been covering 20, sometimes 30 kilometers per day, found themselves measuring progress in hundreds of meters. The dense forest canopy meant that air superiority, that overwhelming advantage the Red Army had cultivated so carefully across the previous year, became nearly irrelevant. A fighter-bomber pilot circling above the Vienna woods saw only an undifferentiated green expanse. Below, men with rifles and machine guns could move and kill with relative impunity. What emerged over the course of March and into early April was a grinding, attritional struggle that resembled less the fluid breakthroughs of the Soviet spring offensives and more the brutal, meter-by-meter assaults that characterized fighting in the Carpathians or the Eastern Carpathians months before. Artillery became the dominant instrument. The Soviets would identify a German position through reconnaissance and prisoner interrogation, then pour shells into the forest for hours, sometimes days. The German defenders would endure it in bunkers and trenches, losing men steadily but rarely breaking. Then came the infantry assault, waves of Soviet rifle companies moving through the smoking woods, clearing dugouts and machine gun nests with grenades and submachine guns at close range. It was exhausting work, and it exacted a price from the attackers as well. Consider for a moment the peculiar nature of forest combat, especially in terrain like this, where visibility rarely exceeded 50 or 100 meters. A soldier moving through such terrain operates in a state of constant, visceral uncertainty. The enemy might be anywhere. A machine gun nest could announce itself only when one had already drawn so close that survival became a matter of chance rather than skill. German defenders, many of them adolescents or elderly men drawn from the Volkssturm militia, nonetheless possessed the advantage of holding prepared positions. They knew the ground. They had weeks to register their weapons on likely avenue of approach. And so despite their inferiority in numbers and supplies, they could exact a toll disproportionate to their strength. The Soviet command structure responded by widening the advance, sending forces not just toward Vienna from the east, but also from the south, creating what military theorists would call a converging envelopment. Malinovsky's Second Ukrainian Front pressed northward from the plains of southern Hungary, seeking to bypass the Vienna woods entirely and strike toward the Danube Valley south of Vienna itself. This movement was deliberately designed to threaten the German forces defending the woods from behind, forcing them into the agonizing choice between maintaining their positions and abandoning them to escape encirclement. The geography of approach worked gradually and relentlessly in the Soviet favor. The Vienna woods, while formidable, were not impassable. They lacked the sheer height of the Alps to the west, or the chaotic terrain of the Carpathians to the east. Patient attackers with numerical superiority could infiltrate around the edges, could find the gaps in the German line, could threaten the defenders' flanks and rear. It was slow work, the kind of work that generated no dramatic headlines and no moments of clear tactical breakthrough. But it was work that was moving, methodically and inexorably, toward a conclusion. By the first week of April, elements of Soviet armor were already probing through the southern foothills of the Vienna woods, having rounded their western and southern edges. German commanders in Vienna, meanwhile, faced an increasingly desperate calculus. Every soldier committed to defending the forests was a soldier not available for the defense of the city itself. Every day spent holding a ridge or a ravine was a day during which Soviet forces continued to maneuver around and beyond them. The ancient logic of encirclement was asserting itself. Territory matters only if one can hold it, and one can hold it only if one remains free to do so. The Austrian landscape, with its forests and river valleys, its mixture of high ground and narrow corridors, was shaping the final phase of the European war in ways that deserve to be recognized not merely as a backdrop to human events, but as a participant in them. Geography does not determine outcome, but it certainly colors it. It slows movements that might otherwise be swift. It protects defenders who might otherwise be overrun. It offers natural boundaries around which armies must coordinate their movements with greater precision. And in the Vienna woods in March and early April of 1945, geography was providing those protections and imposing those constraints in measure sufficient to make the Soviet advance one of grinding, patient consolidation rather than the spectacular breakthrough they had achieved on the plains of Hungary only weeks before. By the time Soviet armor began to roll across the Austrian border in the opening days of April, a peculiar thing had taken hold in the German command posts and propaganda offices of the Third Reich, a kind of desperate, almost liturgical insistence that catastrophe could still be forestalled. The men who remained in positions of authority, those who had not yet fled westward or taken their own lives, clung to narratives that had become as thin and frayed as the uniforms of the soldiers still fighting. And yet these narratives persisted, whispered through radio broadcasts, printed on dwindling supplies of paper, muttered in the final staff meetings held in bunkers beneath Vienna's streets. It is worth pausing here to consider not merely what was believed, but why the machinery of persuasion continued turning even as the machine itself was disintegrating around it. The promise of wonder weapons, the Wunderwaffe, as they were called, had become almost mythological in their reach and vagueness. Soviet commanders advancing toward Vienna received intelligence reports that spoke of secret flying craft, of experimental tanks with armor impenetrable to any known gun, of chemical weapons that might yet reverse the tide. These whispers found their way into soldiers' conversations, into letters sent home, into the last desperate hopes of civilians huddled in cellars. Yet the weapons, for the most part, existed only in the most preliminary stages of development, or existed only in the most for propagandists who had learned, over 6 years of war, that the power of an idea, however fragile, could sometimes matter more than steel. Consider for a moment what this tells us about human nature under extremity. When all rational grounds for hope have been exhausted, we do not simply accept defeat. Instead, we invent it anew. The SS officers and Wehrmacht commanders who had been tasked with the defense of Vienna possessed their own peculiar mythology. The city itself, they declared, would become a fortress, another Festung designation in a long chain of such declarations that had preceded the fall of nearly every major German strongpoint in the preceding months. Vienna, they promised, would not fall as Berlin might fall. It would resist. It would hold. The announcement itself became a kind of performative gesture, a ritual meant as much for domestic consumption as for military necessity. When one examines the actual defensive preparations that were undertaken, and this is where careful historical study becomes essential, one discovers something more halting, more improvised. Yes, there were barricades constructed. Yes, anti-tank obstacles were arranged in some of the outer districts. But the scale of fortification fell far short of what such grandiose declarations suggested would be undertaken. Why construct a true fortress when the shadow of one, cast by confident rhetoric, might suffice? Why expend resources on defenses that everyone secretly knew would be breached, when those resources might instead go toward enabling escape routes for the most valued members of the party hierarchy? There existed in Vienna's command structure, as early as mid-March, a strange schizophrenia. Official proclamations spoke of unstoppable counterattacks, of German divisions gathering in the north that would drive the Russians back into Hungary. Yet the same officers issuing these proclamations were quietly arranging transport for themselves and their families toward the west, toward Bavaria, toward wherever the Reich's collapse seemed least imminent. This was not hypocrisy precisely, or if it was a hypocrisy so pervasive, so normalized, that those engaged in it no longer seemed to register its presence. They had learned to compartmentalize, to maintain one narrative for public consumption and another for private planning. The propaganda ministry, under its chief Joseph Goebbels in Berlin, continued to produce materials celebrating the German spirit's unbreakable determination. Meanwhile, within Vienna, newspaper editors were preparing their final editions, and radio operators were practicing the transmissions that would need to be made when Soviet forces drew too close to continue broadcasting. One might ask, how does a regime sustain itself in its final moments? The answer, in part, lies in the continued production of these mythologies, these carefully curated fictions that gave the appearance of order and purpose to what was otherwise only chaos and dissolution. The human mind, when confronted with imminent catastrophe, often reaches for narrative as a kind of stabilizing force. If the story could be kept intact, if one could continue to speak of last stands and miracle weapons and the inevitable resurgence of German power, then perhaps one could continue to move through the day without confronting the full weight of what was actually unfolding. It was a kind of psychological ballast, a fiction maintained not primarily to deceive the enemy, who saw through it clearly enough, but to sustain one's own capacity to function in the face of total defeat. The Austrian population caught within Vienna experienced this propaganda in a particularly layered fashion. They were German speakers, certainly, but many harbored ambivalent feelings toward the regime that had absorbed their nation 7 years earlier. The promises of miracle weapons and glorious last stands sounded hollow when one's building had been reduced to rubble in the latest air raid, when one's child was sick from malnutrition, when the sound of artillery grew audibly closer with each passing night. And yet, even among those most skeptical of Nazi promises, there remained a thin thread of hope, not necessarily hope in German victory, but hope that somehow, through some mechanism not yet understood, their particular lives might be salvaged from the general destruction. Might the Russians prove merciful? Might the war end before their district was engulfed in street-to-street fighting? Might one's family survive the next bombing? These more modest hopes coexisted uneasily with the official narratives of triumph and resistance. There is something deeply human in the way a dying institution continues to sustain itself through rhetoric and myth. It speaks to a fundamental truth about how societies function, about how order, even false order, even order maintained through systematic deception, continues to operate right up until the moment it collapses entirely. The regime did not simply accept its end with transparent resignation. Instead, it maintained the performance, kept the lights on in the broadcast studios, ensured that proclamations were written and distributed even as the hands writing them trembled. This was not merely propaganda directed outward, but a kind of collective self-hypnosis, a way of enabling the machinery to continue turning even as its essential purpose had already been lost. And in Vienna, as in Germany more broadly, this final performance would continue until the very streets themselves became the stage, and propaganda gave way entirely to the terrible reality of urban warfare. Yet even as the Soviet columns ground forward through the Austrian countryside, even as the German command structure fractured under the weight of its own delusions, there existed within Vienna itself a thread of organized resistance that few in the Western records would ever fully acknowledge. These were not the desperate, improvised cells of earlier years. These were men and women with genuine connections to the Austrian underground, to the network known as O5, which had been quietly preparing for this moment since the German annexation 14 years before. The story of the Austrian resistance is inevitably overshadowed by its more famous counterparts, the conspiracies and rebellions that filled the final months of the Third Reich elsewhere. But Vienna's resistance possessed something different, something born from the particular anguish of a nation that had not chosen this war, that had been absorbed into the Reich against the will of many of its citizens, and that now faced obliteration in a battle that served only the vanity of men who no longer believed in victory. The O5, as they were coded, represented a careful, patient accumulation of contacts across the military, the civil administration, and the industrial sectors. They included officers who had watched the Eastern Front collapse with clear eyes, administrators who understood that Vienna's destruction served no strategic purpose, and industrialists who had begun, quietly, to calculate which future they might survive. By early April, as the Soviet armies closed around the city's perimeter, the question that haunted these men became almost unbearably urgent. Could Vienna be surrendered without unnecessary bloodshed? Could the city itself be spared from the obliteration that had already consumed Warsaw, Budapest, and so much of Eastern Europe? It was a question that required the most delicate of calculations, because any hint of defeatism, any whisper of negotiation with the enemy, would bring the SS down upon them with brutal efficiency. The SS garrison in Vienna, though depleted, remained fanatical. They had orders to hold the city to the last man, and they had the authority to execute anyone suspected of sabotage or treason. The Austrian resistors understood that they could not succeed through force. They were too few, too poorly armed, too surrounded by the machinery of Nazi security. Their only hope lay in communication, in somehow reaching the Soviet command and convincing them that Vienna could be spared if the Germans were given a way to surrender with something approaching dignity. This was the audacious gamble they began to undertake in those final weeks of March and the opening days of April. The channels through which these contacts were forged remain, even now, somewhat obscured by the passage of time and by the deliberate silence that followed the war. But historical evidence suggests that at least some members of the O5 possessed radio operators, individuals with access to functioning transmitters who could, in theory, make contact with Soviet forces. The technical challenge was formidable. Soviet radio frequencies were not published. The security around such communications was absolute, and discovery would have meant immediate execution. Yet the resistors persisted, because the alternative was to watch their city burn. What seems to have occurred, at least according to some accounts that emerged in the post-war years, was a series of extraordinarily careful overtures toward the Soviet command structure. There is evidence suggesting that Austrian resistors attempted to establish contact with Marshal Tolbukin's headquarters, hoping to convey a simple message: that organized resistance within Vienna was prepared to minimize German defensive capabilities if the Soviets would agree to treat the city with restraint. It was a proposal built on a dangerous assumption that the Soviets could be trusted to honor such an agreement, that they possessed the degree of control over their own forces that would allow them to avoid the kind of destruction that had already ravaged Budapest. Whether this assumption was realistic or merely a desperate hope remains a matter of scholarly debate. The documentation of these contacts is fragmentary at best. The Soviets, both during the war and in the decades after, had no particular interest in acknowledging that Austrian citizens had attempted to negotiate with them. Such an admission would have complicated the narrative of glorious liberation that Soviet historians preferred to construct. The Germans, of course, knew nothing of these efforts, or if they suspected such activity, they kept their knowledge closely guarded within the SS security apparatus. And the Austrian resistors themselves, those who survived, were often reluctant to discuss what had occurred, either because they feared Soviet reprisals in the occupation years that followed, or because the whole enterprise had failed to achieve its primary objective. What we do know is that these efforts, whether they achieved any genuine contact with Soviet command or remained tragically unheard, did not prevent the battle for Vienna. The offensive proceeded. The Soviet armies began their assault on the city's outer defenses in the second week of April. No miraculous surrender occurred. No agreement was reached that would spare Vienna from combat. Whether this was because the resistors' messages never reached the people who could have acted on them, or because any such agreement would have been impossible to enforce against the momentum of a military campaign already in motion, remains unclear. The silence that surrounded these efforts, both at the time and afterward, has made historical certainty elusive. Yet the very attempt speaks to something profound about Vienna itself and about the final collapse of the Third Reich. Even in those desperate last weeks, even surrounded by the machinery of totalitarian power, there were people who refused to accept that their city must be destroyed. There were individuals willing to risk their lives, to engage in the most delicate and dangerous of negotiations, in pursuit of a single goal, that Vienna might survive. Whether they succeeded, whether their actions made any difference at all to what would follow, is perhaps less important than the fact that they tried. In a moment when acquiescence seemed universal, when the entire apparatus of state and terror pointed toward one inevitable conclusion, there remained threads of resistance, of human will straining toward a different outcome. In the cellars and safe houses of Vienna, in the coded messages and whispered conversations, the fight for the city's soul continued, even as the armies prepared to fight for its ruins. There had been those in Vienna, you see, who understood before the shells began to fall that their city could not be saved by Wehrmacht divisions or SS fanatics. There had been those who had been listening to the wireless broadcasts from London and Moscow, who had read the careful underground pamphlets passed from hand to hand in darkened cafes, who understood that the only mercy left to Vienna was to surrender it intact. And so, through channels so narrow and dangerous that they seemed almost threads rather than paths, a group calling themselves O5, the Austrian resistance, had begun in the winter months to reach out through the fog of war toward the advancing Russians. The leader of this effort was a man named Major Karl Biedermann, a Wehrmacht officer of the old school, a man who believed that Austria itself was distinct from Germany, that Vienna was something larger than Hitler's Reich. He was not alone in this belief, though speaking it aloud had become, by early 1945, a kind of slow suicide. There were others, Austrian intelligence officers, civilian administrators, members of the clergy who had maintained their humanity through the war's darkest years. What they attempted, in those final weeks of winter, was something that would have seemed impossible to those who did not know the desperation of a city awaiting annihilation. They tried to negotiate Vienna's fate with the Soviet command. The contact was made through underground channels in Switzerland, that neutral space where the dying Reich still maintained diplomatic threads. The message was simple, though the courage required to send it was immense. If the Red Army would promise to spare Vienna, to treat it not as a conquered prize, but as a liberated city, then the Austrian resistance would work to prevent the fanatical elements of the SS and Wehrmacht from destroying the city's bridges, from setting fires in its historic center, from turning Vienna into rubble and ash as a final gesture of spite. It was, in its essence, an offer to help save a city's soul. The Soviet command, it seems, listened. Or at least, they did not dismiss the proposal entirely. There are historians who suggest that the promises made in those secret conversations, promises about restraint, about the preservation of Vienna's patrimony, may have influenced the Soviet operational orders as the offensive drew closer. Others argue that such moments are footnotes to the larger machinery of war, that armies move according to their own logic, and that individual voices, however brave, matter less than military necessity. But those who lived through it, those who sheltered in the darkness and heard the negotiations whispered about in cellars, believed otherwise. The flaw in the plan was human and all the more tragic for its ordinariness. One of the men involved in the conspiracy was compromised, or perhaps he simply lost his nerve, or perhaps he was never as committed as those around him believed. The details remain somewhat clouded by time and the careful silence of those who survived. But by early April, as the Soviet armies drew to the gates of Vienna, the Gestapo had learned of the plot, and when the Gestapo learned of something, they acted with the terrible swiftness that had become their trademark. Biedermann was arrested, and with him, the threads of the conspiracy began to unravel. There were others taken too, officers, intellectuals, a priest or two, civilians whose only crime was to have believed that Vienna might yet be spared. In the normal calculus of Nazi terror, they would have been simply disappeared, shot in some basement, their names added to lists that would not be read until decades later. But these were not entirely ordinary times. The Reich was collapsing. Vienna was hours or days away from Soviet encirclement, and so what followed was something stranger than simple execution. It was a kind of dark negotiation between the state security apparatus and those who still held official power. Biedermann and his associates were brought to Gestalt headquarters in Vienna's District 4, in a building that had witnessed so much interrogation and anguish that its very walls seemed to absorb the despair of those who entered. What happened there, in those final days of the plot, was recorded by those who survived, though the records themselves are fragmentary and haunted by the unreliability of trauma. Biedermann did not break, or if he did, it was only to preserve others. He took responsibility for the conspiracy, which was both noble and, in a sense, useless. The machinery of Nazi justice was no longer interested in distinguishing between degrees of guilt. Everyone involved was compromised. Everyone would pay. On the 9th of April 1945, as Soviet artillery began to boom outside Vienna's eastern suburbs, Biedermann and several of his colleagues were executed. The manner of it remains disputed, but the most reliable accounts suggest it was done quietly, almost bureaucratically, as if the Gestapo was simply clearing files before the office was evacuated. There was no grand torture, no melodramatic Nazi vengeance ritual. There was simply the closing of a door, a muffled sound, and then another name to be struck from the living rolls. It is, in some ways, more terrible than any elaborate execution might have been. The sheer ordinariness of it, the way it mirrors the mundane cruelty that had defined the entire Nazi enterprise. What was remarkable, though, and what some historians have argued, speaks to a kind of grace in those final hours, was that some elements of the resistance plot, seemed to have succeeded despite Biedermann's death. Whether this was because the Soviet command had genuinely agreed to the proposals, or whether it was simply because the Russian armies were moving too quickly to engage in the systematic destruction that had characterized the taking of other German cities, remains unknowable. But there are accounts, from Soviet officers, from Austrian survivors, from those who studied the operation in the years after, that suggest the Red Army's approach to Vienna was different in some ineffable way from its approach to Budapest, or Warsaw, or Berlin. The hope that Biedermann and his fellow conspirators had died for did not entirely perish with them. It would be an overstatement to say that their sacrifice saved Vienna's cultural heart. The cathedral would burn despite their efforts, and the city would suffer terribly in the weeks of fighting to come. But perhaps, in some small and unmeasurable way, the fact that Viennese voices had reached out to the Soviet command, that there had been Austrians willing to risk everything to preserve something beyond themselves, made a difference. Perhaps it softened the edges of what might otherwise have been something harder and colder still. By the first week of April, the Soviet pincers had begun to close with a terrible inevitability that no German communiqué could disguise. Marshal Ivan Stepanovich Tolbukin's Third Ukrainian Front, having pushed westward from Hungary, through the winter mud and the grinding attrition of the Balaton offensives, now found the roads opening before them. The Germans, stretched impossibly thin across 1,000 kilometers of retreating line, could no longer maintain any coherent defensive depth. What had been an army in January was becoming something closer to a collection of desperate fragments by April, and Vienna lay at the convergence of their collapse, like a prize waiting at the bottom of an hourglass. The advance itself moved with a peculiar rhythm, sometimes explosive, sometimes cautious, as Soviet scouts probed forward through the Austro-Hungarian borderlands. Reconnaissance patrols on bicycles and motorcycles would dart ahead, testing the resistance, drawing fire from German anti-tank guns hidden in villages and alongside the roads. Then the armor would follow. T-34 tanks, those sleek, angular machines that had become the symbol of Soviet mechanical superiority, rolled forward in neat formations across the undulating terrain. Behind them came self-propelled guns, tractors pulling field guns, and endless columns of trucks carrying rifle divisions that had seen more combat in 4 years than most soldiers see in a lifetime. The towns fell in succession. Sopron, on the Hungarian-Austrian border, changed hands. Wiener Neustadt, the industrial city south of Vienna, where vast aircraft manufacturing plants had once hummed with activity, fell after minimal resistance. German commanders, realizing they could not defend every position, had begun what they called strategic withdrawal, a euphemism that masked the simple truth that their eastern defenses were collapsing. The question now was not whether Vienna would fall, but how quickly and at what cost. By April 4th, the leading elements of Tolbukin's armored corps had reached positions barely 30 kilometers southeast of Vienna's outermost suburbs. It was possible on clear days, from certain vantage points, to see the spires and domes of the distant city rising above the Danube plain. Soviet officers stood on the roofs of captured vehicles, binoculars in hand, studying the landscape that lay before them. What they saw was a city that was geographically inevitable. The Danube curved in a great loop north and then south again, and the Soviet forces approaching from the southeast and south could, with careful coordination, meet on the northern bank and encircle whatever German forces remained inside. The German Army Group South, nominally under the command of General Otto Wöhler, but increasingly superseded by SS generals and Nazi Party loyalists, had perhaps 130,000 men in and around Vienna. This sounds formidable in isolation, but spread across an entire city of 2.5 million people, across districts that extended outward in all directions, it meant that defensive lines were brittle and dispersed. The Wehrmacht units were, on average, at perhaps half strength. The Waffen-SS divisions were better equipped and more fanatical, but their numbers were shrinking daily, and their officers knew that defeat was inevitable. They fought on because it was their nature, because they feared Soviet retribution, and because the regime still held the gun of execution over deserters' heads. What made the encroachment so inexorable was not just military superiority, though the Soviets certainly possessed that. It was the fact that the German command structure in Vienna had become almost dreamlike in its detachment from reality. Orders came down from Berlin, or from Vienna-based Nazi Party officials, who had their own visions of a last desperate stand. But these orders bore increasingly little relationship to what was actually possible. There were still proclamations about wonder weapons, about Soviet overextension, about counter-offensives that would never materialize. The radio stations in Vienna continued to broadcast music and propaganda. The newspapers, still being printed, still spoke of German victory as though it were merely a matter of time and will. Meanwhile, the people of Vienna waited in their cellars and apartments, listening to the rumble of artillery that was growing steadily louder, steadily closer. Some had hoped during the winter months that the battle would somehow pass them by, that Vienna might be spared. But now, in early April, as the sound of distant guns became a permanent fixture of the soundscape, as refugees from the surrounding areas began to pour into the city with stories of Soviet tank columns and burning villages, that hope was fading. The city was becoming a trap, and almost everyone in Vienna, at some level, understood it. The roads leading south and east from Vienna had become chaotic. Civilians in carts and on foot, attempting to flee westward toward the American lines or toward Bavaria, pressed against military columns moving in the opposite direction. The German army was still attempting to reinforce the city's defenses, bringing up what reserves existed, positioning anti-tank guns and infantry at likely approach points. But these were often makeshift arrangements, units cobbled together from different divisions, with officers who had never served together before. The cohesion that might have allowed for an orderly and tenacious defense had largely evaporated. What remained was bravery, certainly, and desperation, but not organization. By April 5th, Soviet forces had indeed made contact with the outer German defensive lines. These were not Maginot Line fortifications or deeply prepared entrenchments. They were, rather, a series of anti-tank obstacles, hastily dug trenches, barricades of felled trees, and gun positions that relied more on the determination of their crews than on any structural advantage. The Germans would hold these positions for a time, inflict casualties, and then fall back when the Soviets brought forward armor and overwhelming force. It was a process that would repeat itself for the next week, each German line further into the city, each Soviet advance bringing the guns and the sound of battle closer to Vienna's heart. The Soviet commanders knew that speed would be crucial. A slow siege could stretch over weeks, and there was always the possibility of some unexpected German resistance, some last-minute intervention from the west that seemed unlikely but not impossible. Better to push hard, to keep the Germans off balance, to reach the city's center before they could organize any coherent final stand. The T-34 columns would surge forward, supported by infantry, breaking through weak points, then consolidating before pushing deeper. It was a doctrine of continuous momentum, and it had worked throughout the Soviet advance across Eastern Europe. There was no reason to believe it would fail now. The sound of the approaching guns, which had been a distant rumble for weeks, now began to take on a more immediate and disturbing quality, close enough now that you could sometimes distinguish individual explosions from the general thunder. close enough that the ground itself seemed to vibrate at certain times of day. Vienna was no longer a distant prize or a strategic objective marked on maps with little pins. It was becoming a real, tangible, immediate threat. The final battle for the capital was not coming. It had already begun. By the second week of April, the Soviet encirclement had drawn so tight that Vienna's suburbs began to tremble with the percussion of artillery fire falling no longer at the city's edges but within its actual bounds. The first real breach came not from a single shattering moment, but from a cascade of small collapses. One street surrendered, then another, then the realization that the outer ring had fractured irreversibly. The neighborhoods of Simmering and Favoriten, industrial quarters that had sat in Vienna's working south for decades, became the initial battleground where theory met the terrible physics of urban warfare. Simmering, even in peacetime, had been a place of oil refineries and factories, its skyline marked by smokestacks rather than spires. By early April, those refineries had been burning for months, struck by American bombers, then neglected, then half-repaired, then abandoned again as retreat seemed suddenly not a distant possibility but an imminent fact. When Soviet forces crossed into the neighborhood from the southeast, they found a landscape already half-ruined, which paradoxically made it easier to advance and infinitely harder to defend. Ruins offer protection to those who arrive first. They become traps for those trying to hold them against a determined enemy. The German garrison in Simmering, depleted and increasingly demoralized by weeks of ceaseless Soviet pressure, found themselves in exactly that predicament. The approach into these southern quarters had itself been a grinding affair, mile after mile of contested terrain, where Soviet armor would advance a few hundred meters only to be met with anti-tank fire from a cellar or a collapsed building's upper floor. The sound of this fighting was not what one might imagine from popular war films. There was none of the clean, climactic percussion of tank engagements. Instead, witnesses described a constant, muffled rattle, like distant machine gun fire, filtered through walls and rubble, punctuated by the sudden, stomach-dropping crack of a high-explosive shell landing too close. Artillery dominated the sensory landscape. The Soviets, with their vast superiority in guns and ammunition, could afford to hammer a single block for hours, pulverizing the buildings themselves into fragments that barely qualified as walls anymore. When Soviet infantry actually entered Simmering streets, they moved cautiously through what amounted to a maze of partial structures and smoking craters. The visibility was often no more than 50 or 60 meters, sometimes less when dust from fresh bombardment still hung in the air. This close-quarters urban fighting favored the defender in theory, but the defenders in Simmering were few and increasingly isolated. They had no reinforcements, no supply lines to speak of, no coherent plan other than to hold each street as long as humanly possible, knowing full well that holding was only delaying. The sensory experience of this kind of fighting, for those who survived and later recounted it, was one of profound disorientation. Soviet soldiers described houses that seemed to shift and collapse as they moved through them. Doorways led not to rooms but to open air where walls had been. Staircase might ascend into nothing. A corner grocery store might contain a German machine gunner behind a barricade of flour sacks. A residential apartment block, its facade torn away like a doll's house, would reveal dozens of people, civilian and soldier alike, huddled in basements that had become, in effect, underground cities. The line between civilian shelter and military stronghold dissolved entirely. In Favoriten, just to the south, the pattern repeated itself with its own particular character. Favoriten had been a residential working-class district, its streets lined with 5- and 6-story apartment buildings built in the early 20th century. Solid, sturdy construction, meant to last generations. And it had lasted, but not in this way. The Wehrmacht had fortified these buildings as best they could, blocking windows with rubble and concrete, creating firing positions on rooftops, demolishing internal walls to create clear fields of fire through entire blocks. What had been a neighborhood of ordinary Viennese homes became, within hours of Soviet entry, a catacomb of fortification and counter-fortification. The smell of this urban warfare was something survivors rarely mentioned in immediate accounts, but which emerged in later recollections with surprising vividness, a mixture of high explosive, cordite, disturbed earth from shattered masonry, and an underlying sweetness that came from fires burning in places humans had lived. There is no distant, abstract quality to smelling your own city burning. It enters the body directly. Even now, old Viennese who witnessed the battle describe that smell as indelible, more present in memory than sound or image. The fighting in these suburbs was not swift. Simmering took several days to fall completely. Favoriten took longer. The Soviets, despite their overwhelming numerical advantage, had learned hard lessons about urban combat from the horror of Stalingrad years before, and from the brutal house-to-house fighting across Poland and Hungary. They moved deliberately, using infantry to clear buildings methodically, supporting them with tank fire directed at specific targets rather than general bombardment. When German defenders did attempt to make a stand, the outcome was rarely long in doubt, but the process itself was nevertheless grinding and costly in small, accumulating ways. There is a particular exhaustion that accompanies urban warfare, one that is distinct from the exhaustion of mobile combat. In open terrain, you can see danger coming, you can maneuver, you can retreat. In a shattered city block, danger might be in any direction at any moment, or it might be nowhere for hours, then somewhere with absolute lethality. The psychological effect accumulates. German soldiers in Simmering and Favoriten, many of them very young, many of them conscripted from territories only recently overrun by Soviet forces, faced this accumulation hour after hour. Some fought with genuine determination, born from fear or ideology or simple military discipline. Others fought with obvious reluctance, their hearts not in holding a city that most of them had never seen until weeks before and that seemed destined to fall regardless of their sacrifice. The Viennese themselves, sheltering in the cellars and underground spaces beneath these streets, experienced the battle as a series of tremors and concussions, sounds muffled but not distant, a constant background hum of destruction that wore down nerves and reduced decision-making to simple necessities: water, air, safety, the fate of those immediately present. They could not see the lines advancing or retreating. They could only know that more shells were falling, that the sounds were moving closer, that the war was no longer something happening on a distant front, but something unfolding above their heads. By the middle of the week, Soviet forces had pushed through both neighborhoods and reached the deeper residential and commercial areas immediately to the south and west of Vienna's center. The breakthrough in Simmering and Favoriten was not a single moment but an accumulation of small withdrawals and tactical retreats by German forces that suddenly, when viewed from the perspective of command, amounted to a complete loss of the outer defensive line. The question that now hung unspoken in German headquarters was no longer whether Vienna would fall, but whether there was any point at all in continuing to fight for its center, or whether this final chapter should close more quietly and with less ruination. There exists a peculiar and haunting tension in the urban battlefield, one that becomes more acute the more beloved the city, the more layered its history, the more irreplaceable its architecture. When armies collide within a city's bounds, they are not merely fighting for position or territory in the abstract sense. They are making a series of infinitesimal, cascading choices about what will survive and what will vanish forever. And those choices, made in seconds under fire, in the thunder and smoke and confusion of close combat, can echo across centuries. The problem that faces any commander, Soviet, German or otherwise, when street fighting begins, is not simply tactical, it is almost spiritual. The dense urban environment that makes movement so treacherous also protects irreplaceable things. A medieval cathedral stands on the corner. An archive of manuscripts lies in a basement 3 doors down. The apartment building holds not just German soldiers, but also Austrian civilians who have sheltered there for days, perhaps weeks. Every building is a fortress, yes, but every building is also a repository of human memory. The Soviet forces approaching Vienna's outskirts in early April were not, contrary to some post-war accounts, an undisciplined horde indifferent to destruction. The Third and Second Ukrainian fronts were large, modern military organizations with officers trained in strategic thinking, supply lines, and the coordination of mechanized warfare. But they were also pushing into a densely packed European capital after months of brutal fighting across open steppes and smaller towns. The transition from field warfare to urban combat is disorienting. Infantry trained to move across plains and forests must suddenly understand staircases, cellars, the killing zones created by windows and rubble. German defenders, too, faced a different kind of war than they had fought in the east. The Wehrmacht and SS units holding Vienna could not simply fall back and trade space for time. This was the Reich itself now. This was a German-speaking city with centuries of German cultural resonance. The propaganda apparatus, though weakening, though increasingly desperate, still spoke of Vienna as a bastion, a last redoubt from which the German nation might yet rally. But propaganda and reality were diverging with startling speed, and the men in the rubble knew it. When an infantry squad enters a city block knowing the enemy is somewhere ahead, they face a fundamentally different problem than soldiers advancing across open ground. Sound becomes disorienting, bullets ricocheting off stone, voices echoing through empty avenues, the sudden detonation of a grenade indistinguishable in origin or distance. Visibility shrinks to 40, 50, perhaps 80 meters depending on rubble and obstruction. Every window is a potential firing position. Every doorway might conceal a defending soldier. Every cellar represents a choice. Go around it, which uses time and energy, or clear it, which risks casualties. The Soviet doctrine for urban combat had developed through experience in cities like Stalingrad and Budapest. It emphasized close infantry-tank cooperation, using the weight of armor to suppress or destroy fortified positions while foot soldiers moved in the tank's shadow to assault from angles the enemy could not easily defend. But this method, effective though it could be, created its own form of destruction. Tank shells collapse walls. Explosives bring down buildings. The very act of clearing a city with overwhelming force tends to obliterate the city in the process. And yet, there is a strange paradox that historians and military analysts have noted, often with something approaching wonder. Even under intense combat conditions, with casualties mounting and the fighting at its most vicious, soldiers and commanders both seem to find moments, perhaps unconscious, perhaps deliberate, where they spared certain things. A soldier navigates around an ancient fountain rather than destroying it. Tank crews bypass a library when they could have flattened it. These choices were not universal. Looting certainly occurred. Desperate fires broke out, but they were not inevitable either. Part of this emerges from a kind of professional pride. Soldiers on both sides, even in the midst of total war, belonged to cultures that valued certain monuments, certain traditions. A Russian officer might have been raised on stories of Vienna as a seat of European culture. A German soldier, even an SS man, had grown up in a tradition that saw cities as more than mere military objectives. The destruction of a masterpiece was understood, at some level, as a kind of defeat, a failure to maintain civilization even in war's final moments. The practical reality is also worth contemplating. A city is not a flat surface that can be obliterated like a farmstead. Every ruin created by an explosion becomes a new defensive position for the next block. The rubble that destroys buildings also creates obstacles that slow the attacker's advance. There is thus a kind of grim mathematics to urban destruction. Beyond a certain threshold, the act of destroying a city to capture it becomes self-defeating. The defender can fight longer in ruins than in intact buildings. The attacker must move more slowly through devastation than through open streets. This suggests an uncomfortable truth about the Vienna Offensive, and indeed all urban warfare. The city's survival was not foreordained by any moral principle or military preference for mercy. It depended on the precise intersection of military necessity, the willingness of certain officers on both sides to make particular decisions, the geographic configuration of the city itself, and 1,000 small moments where destruction was possible but did not occur. One might ask, at what point does a city tip from being worth preserving to being worth destroying? The answer shifts with each moment, each commander, each fresh casualty. For the Soviets, Vienna held value as a capital city, as a symbol, and as something that could be occupied and claimed afterward. Its destruction would diminish that value. For the Germans, Vienna's preservation became a kind of ghost story, a hope that was already dying even as the defenders fought to maintain it. The true paradox, the one that would come to characterize the Vienna Offensive in the memories of those who lived through it, was that the city was torn by warfare, yet remained more intact than many other major European capitals that had fallen to the Allies or Soviets. Warsaw had been systematically destroyed. Berlin would be within weeks. Budapest faced a siege that left it scarred and broken. Yet Vienna, despite the shelling, despite the street fighting, despite the desperate final stands in its historic centre, would retain enough of its original architecture and character that reconstruction could mean restoration rather than rebuilding from nothing. This was not because Vienna was spared. It was because of the particular way urban combat unfolded there, a complex, often confused series of engagements where soldiers made choices within milliseconds, where commanders had time to issue occasional orders about protecting significant structures, where the terrain itself offered natural defensive lines that did not require total destruction to defend. The city survived not by accident and not by virtue, but by the narrowest possible margin, as if carried across the final threshold of war by the accumulated weight of countless small decisions against obliteration. And so, as the Soviet spearheads pushed deeper into Vienna's outer districts, they were not entering a city that had chosen its fate or engineered its own survival. They were entering a city suspended in a strange balance, still recognizably itself, still bearing the marks of civilization, yet bearing also the wounds of the final terrible weeks of European warfare. The bridges across the Danube had always been Vienna's lifelines, threads connecting the city proper on the right bank to the sprawling districts of the left, to the railway yards at Floridsdorf, to the roads that led northward toward Prague and eastward toward the Hungarian plain. In ordinary times, they carried the steady pulse of commerce and daily life, trams and trucks and bicycles moving back and forth in patterns worn smooth by centuries. But by April 1945, those same bridges had become something far more desperate. They were the last arteries through which a retreating army might escape, or conversely, the final choke points through which an advancing enemy could be held back and, if fortune permitted, destroyed in concentrated fire. There were 8 major crossing points, each carrying its own tactical weight. The Reichsbrücke, grandest among them, a heavy stone structure that had stood since 1876, commanding the view northward. The Aspernbrücke, further downstream, lower and more utilitarian. The Kaiserbad Brücke, the railway bridge, the Elizabeth Bridge, each one a knot in the defensive strategy that the remaining German commanders still attempted to maintain as Soviet forces pushed closer to the river's edge. The question that had begun to occupy German staff officers in those final days was not whether Vienna could be held indefinitely, though such fantasies persisted in the highest circles of command, but rather how orderly a retreat could be managed if the moment came when the city could no longer be defended. And that question inevitably circled back to the bridges. If the Soviets captured them intact, the entire German position would collapse, like a house settling into its own ash. Armoured forces could pour across unchecked. Supply lines could be severed. Thousands of German troops would be trapped on the wrong bank, cut off from further withdrawal into Austria proper, from the Alpine redoubt, where the Nazi regime still harboured whispers of a last sanctuary. By early April, demolition engineers had already begun their preparations. Charges were laid beneath the Reichsbrücke in careful, methodical arrangements that had been refined through years of warfare on the Eastern Front. Soviet sappers had destroyed bridges before Vienna's engineers retreated. German sappers had destroyed bridges before Soviet forces advanced. It had become almost a choreography by then, each side reading the other's intentions from the patterns of wire and explosive they left behind. The charges were wired to electrical detonators, tested quietly at night, and kept in readiness. Orders came down. The bridges were to be held as long as humanly possible. But if the time came when they could no longer be held, they were to be destroyed rather than surrendered. It was a peculiar kind of last will and testament, written in engineering specifications and fused charges. To destroy the bridges was to accept, in a strange and final way, that the battle for Vienna was lost, yet to leave them standing was to invite annihilation. The German commanders found themselves suspended in that terrible space between hope and surrender, unable to choose, and so they simply maintained their readiness and waited. The bridges' strategic importance lay not merely in their physical presence, but in what they represented about the whole shape of the campaign. The Danube itself was a barrier, yes, but not an impenetrable one. Engineers on both sides understood how to cross rivers. What the bridges represented was time. They were the difference between an organized retreat and a rout, between controlled withdrawal and chaos. Soviet forces advancing from the south and east needed to get across the Danube to cut off escape routes and link up with other fronts. German forces needed either to keep the bridges standing and functional to facilitate their own withdrawal, or to deny them to the Soviets through destruction, knowing that such destruction would also seal their own soldiers on the far bank. The psychological weight of those bridges, visible from almost everywhere in Vienna on a clear day, impossible to ignore, as symbolic markers of the city itself, hung over both armies as they approached the river. For Viennese civilians, sheltering in their cellars and tunnels, the bridges had always been a taken-for-granted fact of urban existence. Now, with shells beginning to fall and rumours circulating through the underground shelters that explosive charges had been laid in their superstructures, the bridges became objects of terrible attention and fear. If they were destroyed, what then? The city would be cut in half. Families would be separated. Entire districts would become isolated, unreachable except by dangerous forced crossings through the current. Some of the German officers who had grown up in Vienna before the war felt something close to anguish at the orders they had received. The destruction of the bridges would wound the city in ways that might take decades to heal, if they could be healed at all. Yet the orders came from higher command, and there was no mechanism by which a colonel or a major could simply refuse to wire explosives beneath a bridge that had become part of the fabric of Vienna's identity. Orders were orders. The war, by that point, had become a machine that ground forward regardless of who stood in its path. The Austrian resistance groups, those shadowy figures working in the background to spare Vienna from destruction, understood the bridge's centrality to the whole question of what would be left of the city when the battle ended. Some of their most urgent efforts in those final days involved attempting to communicate with Soviet commanders, trying to convince them that Vienna might be spared if careful coordination could be arranged, if the Soviets could somehow secure the bridges before the Germans received the order to demolish them. It was a negotiation at the very edge of politics and warfare, conducted through whispered intermediaries, and the kind of desperate hope that only emerges when a city faces annihilation. The Germans, for their part, continued to reinforce the southern approaches to the bridges, stationing anti-tank guns and machine gun positions to cover the river crossings from the approaches on both sides. They laid mines in the streets, leading to each crossing point. They prepared barricades and firing positions. They moved additional troops into the areas immediately adjacent to the bridge's southern entrances, knowing that if a breakthrough came, this was where it would happen, here at the crossing points where congestion and choke points would stack up attacking forces like water behind a dam. The weather in early April was beginning to turn warmer, the snow melting into the Danube's current, swelling the river with spring runoff. The water would be cold and fast, a barrier in itself, and yet the bridges rose above it, solid and vulnerable, waiting for whatever would come. Below is the continuous narration for stretch 17, seamlessly following the established flow and designed for sleep documentation. Beneath the streets of Vienna, in the spaces that had been designed for music, commerce, and the ordinary passage of thousands of citizens, an entirely different world had taken shape by that first week of April 1945. The U-Bahn tunnels, which had carried businessmen and opera-goers just months before, had become something closer to catacombs. Families who had been slowly driven underground by weeks of Allied bombing now found themselves in a new, more urgent descent, not fleeing from distant American and British aircraft, but from the guns of the approaching Soviet armies and the shells falling with increasing frequency across the city above. The psychological experience of sheltering underground during the Vienna Offensive was in many ways distinct from earlier bombing raids. There was a particular quality of helplessness to it. During the air raids of 1943 and 1944, Viennese had learned to count the minutes until the all-clear siren, to listen for the particular pitch of different aircraft engines, to judge from sound alone whether danger was passing or intensifying. But this was different. Ground combat created a wholly unfamiliar acoustic landscape, and that uncertainty, the not knowing, the inability to gauge the progress of battle from the rhythms of sound, became its own form of torment. A woman named Margareta, sheltering with her 2 children in the Karlsplatz U-Bahn station, would later describe the experience as moving between moments of terrible clarity and moments of profound numbness. The shells that fell on the streets above produced sounds that were almost incomprehensible at first, not the sharp crack of anti-aircraft fire or the distant rumble of bombing runs, but a heavy, rhythmic percussion that seemed to shake the very tunnels themselves. The concrete would shudder. The lights, powered by generator, would flicker in sympathy. And in that flickering, in the faces of strangers huddled together in the semi-dark, you could see a kind of collective resignation that had perhaps been building for weeks, waiting only for this moment to finally become manifest. The cellars of Vienna, and there were thousands of them, ranging from the modest basement spaces beneath apartment buildings to elaborate multi-chambered vaults beneath the grand old palaces of the Ringstrasse, had evolved over centuries into something like a second city beneath the first. These spaces had been used for wine storage, for coal, for the mechanical systems that kept Vienna's elaborate infrastructure functioning. By 1945, they had become refuges, though refuges of a particular and often terrifying kind. The sensory experience of a Viennese cellar under bombardment was one of profound discomfort masking as safety. The air grew thick and close almost immediately once doors were sealed. There was the smell of damp stone, of course, but also the accumulated odors of too many people in confined spaces, the faint sour tang of human fear, of inadequate sanitation facilities hastily arranged in corners, of food that was beginning to spoil because there was no proper cold storage. The temperature dropped quickly, particularly in the deeper vaults, and people found themselves shivering in darkness, broken only by candles or the occasional lamp running on batteries that were themselves becoming scarce. A baker's assistant named Franz, sheltering with his mother in a cellar beneath their apartment building on the Neubaugasse, kept a small journal during those final days. He described how the sound of falling shells created a kind of irregular rhythm that the human mind desperately tried to predict and control. Each impact was followed by an interval of waiting, seconds that felt like hours, during which survivors would listen for the next one, trying to calculate from the vibrations and the distant rumble whether it was moving closer or passing further away. The psychological cost of this constant calculation, this hypervigilance that could not possibly be productive or protective, was in many ways more exhausting than any single moment of actual danger. The crowding in these spaces was often severe. A cellar designed to hold 30 people at most might shelter 200, 300, packed together standing and sitting, with no possibility of lying down, no possibility of real rest. Parents held children through the night. Elderly Viennese who had survived the previous war found themselves back in similar shelters, and the recursive horror of that repetition, the sense that this circle should have been broken decades ago, seemed to age them visibly over the course of just a few days. Yet there were moments of strange tenderness, even in these circumstances. A schoolteacher named Herr Steinberg, sheltering with a group of children whose parents had been killed in earlier bombing, organized quiet lessons in the cellar, teaching the children to read by candlelight while the shells fell above. It was perhaps futile, it was certainly surreal, but it represented an effort to maintain something like the normal structures of human life, even as those structures were being systematically dismantled around them. When asked later why he had bothered, why he had wasted precious mental energy trying to maintain academic rigor in a cellar while Vienna burned, Steinberg said simply that it gave the children something to hold on to, and that perhaps that was what humanity required even at its most desperate moments. Some gesture, however small, however seemingly pointless, toward the continuation of ordinary life. The U-Bahn tunnels, as they became increasingly crowded with refugees from the suburbs and the outer districts, began to develop their own internal hierarchies, their own unwritten codes. The larger stations became places where a kind of community emerged, fragile and temporary though it might be. People shared what little food they had. Rumors circulated. The Soviets have stopped advancing. The Soviets are only 2 kilometers away. The Americans are coming from the west to relieve Vienna before the Russians arrive. None of these rumors had any basis in reality, or rather, they had the basis of human hope and desperation, which is perhaps a different thing altogether. The sound of shells above ground created what might best be described as a kind of temporal distortion in the minds of those sheltering. Daytime and nighttime became almost meaningless. A person might retreat to a cellar or tunnel at what would normally be dawn and remain there for 18, 20, 24 hours without emerging, with no clear sense of how long they had been underground, the sequence of daylight and darkness rendered entirely irrelevant by the ongoing percussion of bombardment. Some survivors spoke of losing several days entirely in their memory, of their experience of the final week of the offensive becoming a kind of blur, a sequence of moments without clear causality or progression. A woman named Sophie, who had sheltered with her elderly father in a cellar beneath the Stephansdom, the great cathedral in the heart of Vienna's medieval centre, described a particular moment that seemed to crystallize the strangeness of this underground existence. She was sitting with her father in near-complete darkness. They had long since exhausted their candles and were sitting in what she called the full dark, a phrase that seemed to contain multitudes. Above them, audibly, separated only by stone and earth, the cathedral was burning. The roof was already gone, but down in the cellar, in that darkness, they could hear the bells of the cathedral still ringing, still tolling what they sounded like an automated elegy as the fire consumed the wooden structures around them. It was, Sophie said, the most beautiful and the most horrible sound she had ever heard. The question that haunted many of those underground, and perhaps haunts them still, in whatever time remains to them, was whether they would emerge into a recognizable world. In the abstract, one could understand that cities are built to withstand bombardment, that stone structures survive even when they appear to be destroyed beyond recognition. But in those cellars, listening to the unceasing sound of destruction above, that abstract knowledge provided very little comfort. The eerie soundscape of the Vienna Offensive, heard from beneath the city rather than from within it, created a sensory experience that was not quite like any other form of combat, not quite like anything that those ordinary Viennese, shopkeepers, teachers, mothers and fathers, elderly people who had lived through previous wars and hoped they had paid their debt to history, had ever encountered before. By the first week of April, the fighting had narrowed into Vienna's oldest quarters, where the narrow streets and baroque facades created a labyrinth that favored neither the defenders nor the attackers equally, but rather invited both into a kind of grinding, intimate nightmare. The Soviets had pushed their armored columns from the southern suburbs northward and eastward, and now the real work of conquest began, not the maneuver of open terrain, but the brutal methodical clearing of a city block by block, a dwelling by dwelling, a room by room. Each street corner became a strong point. Each building became a fortress. The inner city, the Innere Stadt, had been Vienna's heart for 7 centuries. It was here that emperors had walked, here that Mozart had performed, here that the Habsburgs had woven the threads of empire into the very stones of palaces and churches. And now, in April of 1945, it became a place of ash and echoing gunfire. Picture, if you will, the Mikkelerplatz, on a morning when Soviet artillery had been working the city for hours. The baroque facades would have been pocked by shrapnel, their ornamental mouldings crumbled into the street. The Viennese defenders, some Wehrmacht regulars, some SS diehards, some even older militia conscripts pressed into service weeks before, had prepared defensive lines in the cellars and along the rubble. They knew, most of them, that resistance was futile. The city was surrounded. Reinforcements would not come. And yet the orders from German command spoke of holding every stone, of inflicting maximum casualties on the enemy, of somehow preserving the Reich's honor in a place where honor had long since fled. The Soviet infantry moved through these streets with a kind of grim efficiency born of years of urban warfare, at Stalingrad, at Warsaw, at Budapest just weeks before. They had learned, through terrible schooling, how to move through a city. Small groups would advance along the facades, using rubble for cover. Engineers would go forward with mines and explosive charges. Tanks would position themselves at intersections to provide covering fire, while dismounted troops cleared buildings. It was slow, it was grinding, but it was relentless. Behind the assault, troops came the follow-on forces, consolidating gains, establishing supply lines through streets that had only days before been filled with civilians going about their ordinary lives. The sounds of this fighting would have been overwhelming, the crump of artillery continuing to fall on forward positions and suspected German strongpoints, the sharp crack of rifle fire, the longer bursts of machine guns, the occasional roar of tank guns, and beneath it all, a strange acoustic effect created by the tall buildings around the streets. Noise would rebound off facades, creating an almost three-dimensional sense of threat that made every soldier feel surrounded, even when the danger came from only one or two directions. One thinks of the Stephansdom, St. Stephen's Cathedral, rising above all this desolation at the heart of the old city. Its Gothic spire, the Steffel, had been Vienna's defining silhouette for almost 6 centuries. It was over 400 feet tall, visible from almost anywhere in the city, a constant reminder of something timeless and transcendent. By the early days of April, as the Soviets pressed into the inner city's streets, the cathedral would have been surrounded by devastation, buildings reduced to rubble, streets cratered by shells and bombs. And yet the cathedral itself, at this point, still stood largely intact, its walls thick with centuries of solidity. How did Vienna's people endure these days? There is a kind of peculiar courage that emerges in ordinary citizens trapped between two armies. Some Viennese who dared to venture upward from the cellars where they had sheltered reported seeing the cathedral's spire silhouetted against the orange glow of fires burning in the districts around it. The spire itself became a kind of witness, unmoved, unchanged, surviving through sheer architectural stubbornness the chaos and violence unfolding at its base. The street fighting in the inner city took on certain characteristics that were almost ritualistic in their repetition. A Soviet reconnaissance group would probe forward to locate German positions. When contact was made, supporting weapons would be called forward: mortars, artillery, sometimes tanks. The Germans would withdraw to a prepared fallback position, perhaps only 50 yards back, to repeat the process. This happened hundreds of times across hundreds of streets. What might take a few hours of mobile warfare in open country would take days when it occurred, in an urban environment where every basement window was a potential firing position and every collapsed building created new tactical complications. The Neue Markt, the Graben, the Kohlmarkt. These were all places of great symbolic weight to Viennese, pedestrian zones where people had strolled through centuries of imperial life. Now they became battlegrounds where soldiers crouched behind whatever rubble remained, where tanks reversed and maneuvered through intersections at a walking pace, where the careful calculus of urban combat was worked out in dust and cordite and blood. The Viennese who had remained underground, sealed in the cellars and tunnel systems beneath the city, could hear the vibrations of this fighting, the deep thuds of larger shells, the rapid stutter of machine gun fire, the grinding of tank tracks on pavement. What is perhaps remarkable is how selectively the destruction fell. A building on one side of a street might be completely demolished, while the facade across from it remained largely intact, but pocked with bullet holes and shell splinters. This was not the random chaos it might have seemed from a distance. It reflected the particular pattern of fires, the particular directions from which shells had fallen, the particular locations of German defensive positions that had drawn concentrated Soviet firepower. The destruction, in other words, had its own logic, its own geography. the geography of violence. The cathedral had stood there for more than 600 years, Stephansdom, St. Stephen's Cathedral. Its enormous Gothic spire, nearly as tall as a 20-story building, had dominated Vienna's skyline since the 14th century, a needle of faith and stone, pointing upward through so many histories, so many transformations of empire and belief. By early April 1945, as Soviet shells began landing in the inner city's oldest quarters, that spire had already witnessed the rise and fall of Habsburgs, the Reformation, plagues, fires, and wars whose names had faded into dust. One might have wondered if it could survive this one too. The roof caught fire on April 11th, or perhaps the 12th. Accounts differ slightly, as they so often do in the chaos of urban combat. But what mattered more than the exact day was the manner of burning. It was not a single catastrophic strike that set it ablaze, but rather a progressive accumulation of flying debris, of incendiary spray from nearby explosions, of embers carried on the wind from the rubble around it. The magnificent wooden roof, that intricate lattice of medieval carpentry that had been restored and repaired and lovingly maintained through centuries, suddenly ignited. And once it began, there was nothing anyone could do to stop it. The firefighting units of Vienna were overwhelmed, scattered, often simply sheltering in basements themselves. The water mains were ruptured. The streets above the crypt were battlegrounds. So the roof burned. The copper sheets that had gleamed in the sun turned black, then melted, running down the outer walls like metallic tears. The ancient beams that had supported centuries of prayer and music and human hope collapsed inward one by one, each one a quiet surrender. Smoke poured from the nave, visible across the entire city, another signal of Vienna's agony added to the countless others. People watched from their cellar refuges or from the edges of buildings still standing, and many of them wept. Not from fear now, though fear was certainly present, but from something deeper, a sense that something irreplaceable was being unmade in real time. Yet consider what did not happen. The walls of the cathedral held, the great columns that supported the vaulted ceilings, though charred and damaged, did not collapse. The stone itself, that medieval limestone and granite, proved far more resilient than the wooden structures within it. The outer walls, blackened but intact, still enclosed something essential. The spire, which had seemed so fragile from the ground when you looked up at it during bombardment, did not topple. It remained standing, damaged and scarred, yes, but vertical, still reaching upward. There is a particular kind of symbolism that attaches itself to such moments, though one should be cautious about imposing too much meaning onto destruction. The Austrian historian and witness accounts from those days do not, for the most part, speak in grand metaphors. They speak of shock, of sadness, of the strange way that watching something beloved burn creates a kind of numbness that even the worst war cannot quite explain. Yet historians reflecting on Vienna's fate in later decades have sometimes noted a difference between what happened to St. Stephen's and what happened to so many other cities' great religious structures. Warsaw's churches were targeted systematically. Dresden's churches were consumed in firestorm. Budapest's synagogues were desecrated and destroyed. Vienna's greatest cathedral burned, but it was, in some sense, a burn rather than an annihilation. The roof was lost. The interior decoration and furnishings were damaged beyond recognition, but the fundamental structure, the bones of the building, survived. One might ask whether this makes a difference. In the scale of human suffering, when tens of thousands of Viennese civilians were homeless, when families had been torn apart, when the city itself was being carved up between occupying powers, does it matter greatly that one cathedral remained standing rather than falling? From a certain angle, perhaps not, and yet from another angle, the angle from which people rebuild, from which cities remember themselves and their own resilience, from which a future becomes imaginable rather than merely a void. The difference was profound. In the weeks and months after the liberation of Vienna, as Soviet forces secured the city and the fighting moved toward the retreating German army group south, people began to emerge from their shelters. They walked through streets they barely recognized, past entire blocks that no longer existed, and almost always their eyes drifted upward toward the inner city, toward that spire, still there, burned, yes, wounded, absolutely, but still reaching into the sky. What did that mean? What could it mean? Some saw it as a sign that Vienna would endure, that something essential about the city was not erasable. Some saw it as a grim reminder of how close the city had come to total destruction, that St. Stephen's survival seemed almost miraculous by contrast to what had been lost elsewhere. The Austrian resistance members who had worked so desperately to convince Soviet command to spare the city's cultural treasures, who had argued that Vienna was different, that it was a center of European civilization worth preserving, could point to the cathedral and say, "See, even damaged, even burned, it endured." The rebuilding could begin. The city was still Vienna. The Soviet commander Tolbuchin, who had orchestrated the final assault on Vienna, was aware of the cathedral's symbolic significance. Though the sources are scattered and sometimes contradictory, it appears that he had issued orders, insofar as such orders could be enforced in the chaos of urban combat, to minimize unnecessary destruction of the city's greatest monuments. Whether this played a role in what happened to St. Stephen's, or whether it was simply circumstance, or whether the cathedral simply survived by a grace that had nothing to do with military strategy or human intention, remains a question without a definitive answer. History is full of such questions. We do what we can with the evidence. What we can say with certainty is that the roof burned and the fire raged through the interior, and people watched in anguish from places of concealment. And then, after the immediate fighting moved on, after Soviet forces had secured the inner city and begun establishing their occupation administration, after the guns fell finally silent, the cathedral still stood, damaged beyond what anyone could have imagined just days earlier, yet fundamentally, structurally, still itself. Still capable of being rebuilt, still capable of holding the prayers and music of future generations, still able to point upward. As the Soviet columns pressed deeper into Vienna's outer districts, something became quietly apparent to anyone observing the mechanics of this urban destruction. The Red Army, for all its reputation as a blunt instrument of mass mobilization, had learned something essential over 4 years of warfare in Eastern Europe. They had learned, through terrible cost and patient repetition, how to make machines and men move together through the wreckage of cities in ways that German forces, for all their early tactical brilliance, had largely forgotten how to accomplish. The Soviet tank and infantry cooperation in the streets of Vienna followed a rhythm that had become almost ritualistic by this stage of the war. A T-34 or IS-85 tank would roll forward, its guns swiveling toward a suspected strongpoint, a cellar window, a barricade, the upper floors of a damaged apartment block. The infantry, often riding on the tank's hull, or moving in careful bounds from one ruined wall to the next, would wait for that moment of suppressing fire. When the tank's gun spoke, the sound booming through narrow streets and reverberating off stone faces, the riflemen and submachine gunners would move. They would dash forward perhaps 20 meters, find cover in a doorway or behind rubble, and establish fire of their own, while the next group of soldiers prepared to move. It was almost musical in its precision, not the wild, heroic charges of propaganda posters, but something far more methodical and ultimately far more lethal. The key to this cooperation was communication, and perhaps more importantly, the kind of tactical flexibility that comes only from hard-won experience. A Soviet squad leader, a sergeant perhaps in his mid-20s who had survived Stalingrad or Kursk, would move alongside his infantry. He would gesture, sometimes shouting orders, sometimes merely pointing. The tank commander, watching through his periscope and through the narrow vision blocks of his turret, would understand instinctively when his gun needed to provide cover fire and when it should fall silent to allow his infantry to move without being blinded by the gun's muzzle blast. This required a shared vocabulary of warfare, a mutual understanding that had been built through months and sometimes years of operating together in the same formations. What made this cooperation particularly effective in Vienna was the Soviet willingness to treat the city as a three-dimensional puzzle rather than simply a linear problem to be overcome. When a German machine gun nest occupied the third floor of a building, a Soviet tank might not simply blast it with its gun. Instead, the infantry would move to flank the building, perhaps circling to approach from the side or even from the rear, while the tank suppressed the German fire from the front. Other squads might work their way into basements and cellars, moving through the subterranean passages that honeycomb European cities, emerging unexpectedly behind German positions. The Germans, increasingly desperate and increasingly disorganized, often found themselves fighting an enemy they could see from only one or two directions, when threats were materializing from three or four. The Soviet approach also benefited from their fundamental acceptance that urban warfare would be slow and attritional. There was no expectation, no fantasy, of a dramatic breakthrough and a rapid encirclement. Instead, block by block, building by building, the Soviets methodically cleared Vienna. They accepted casualties that would have appalled Western commanders. A Soviet platoon entering a contested apartment building might expect to lose a third of its personnel. But the Soviets had learned to absorb such losses and keep moving forward, which meant that German morale, already fragile, continued its inexorable decline. In sharp and sorrowful contrast, the German command structure in Vienna was fragmenting into something barely recognizable as a coherent military organization. The blame for this collapse cannot be laid solely at the feet of the soldiers or the junior officers fighting in the streets. Rather, it was the inevitable result of a command system that had spent years crushing initiative from below, while simultaneously becoming increasingly divorced from reality at the top. General Maximilian Pemsel, who held command of the Vienna garrison in these final desperate weeks, found himself caught between contradictory orders emanating from multiple sources of supposed authority. Hitler, now sheltering in his bunker in Berlin more than 1,000 kilometers away, issued directives that bore no relationship to the tactical situation on the ground. Vienna, the Führer had declared, was to be held to the last man. It was to be transformed into a fortress, a bastion of resistance that would somehow turn the tide of the war. These orders, transmitted through various chains of command that had become Byzantine in their complexity, asked the impossible of men who barely had ammunition for their rifles, let alone the resources to construct proper defenses. Meanwhile, the SS garrison in Vienna operated almost independently, taking orders from Berlin through channels that sometimes bypassed the regular army command entirely. The SS, by this late stage of the war, had become a kind of state within the state, answerable primarily to its own leadership and to Heinrich Himmler's vision of absolute loyalty. This created a situation where army commanders like Pemsel literally did not know, from hour to hour, what the SS forces under their nominal command would do next. Would they obey retreat orders? Would they break out to the west and attempt to join other German formations? Or would they, as they increasingly did in other cities, simply dig in and prepare to fight to the death, turning Vienna into a tomb for themselves and everyone around them. The collapse of the German command structure manifested itself in profoundly human ways on Vienna's streets. A German company commander, a Wehrmacht officer, perhaps in his 40s, who had seen service in France and Russia, would receive orders to hold a particular district. He would deploy his men, establish defensive positions, request reinforcements that never came. Then, as Soviet pressure intensified, he would receive new orders to retreat to a different line, sometimes contradicting the original orders, sometimes arriving so late as to be impossible to execute. By the time his men had fallen back, the Soviets would already be pressing the new position. Gradually, units were cut off. Communication broke down. Officers found themselves commanding men they had never trained, using weapons with which they were unfamiliar, relying on maps that were outdated or simply wrong. There was also, though it must be spoken with great delicacy, a pervasive sense of doom that infected even the most dedicated German soldiers. They had been told for so long that miracle weapons would save them, that Fortress Vienna would stand eternal, that somehow the war would turn in Germany's favor. But the soldiers on the streets of Vienna could see, with their own eyes, that these promises were lies. The Red Army was advancing. German reserves were nowhere to be found. The weapons that were supposed to change everything simply did not exist. And so, faced with an enemy that seemed to grow stronger with each passing day, and commanded by a superstructure that seemed simultaneously omnipotent in its ability to issue orders and completely impotent in its ability to provide support, German morale spiraled downward. The contrast between these two systems, the Soviet emphasis on tactical flexibility and adaptive cooperation, and the German reliance on hierarchical rigidity and promises of salvation that would never come, was written in the rubble of Vienna's streets. The Soviets could afford to lose men and materiel because they possessed them in overwhelming abundance, and because their junior leaders had learned to work within an environment of tactical uncertainty. The Germans, by contrast, had constructed a system that demanded certainty, obedience, and results at a moment in history when none of these things were possible. The result, in the streets of Vienna, was a kind of slow-motion collapse that had already, in many ways, become inevitable long before the first Soviet shells fell on the Austrian capital. While the Soviet tanks were grinding through the rubble-strewn streets of Favoriten, while the sound of small arms fire echoed through the U-Bahn tunnels where families huddled in the dark, a different kind of preservation effort was unfolding in the quieter corners of Austria. The men and women responsible for Vienna's greatest treasures, paintings that had hung in imperial palaces, manuscripts that traced the city's entire intellectual lineage, scores of documents that represented centuries of cultural memory, had already begun a desperate race against time, weeks before the first Soviet shell struck a Viennese building. What happens to a city's soul when its body is under siege? And who takes responsibility for saving it when the machinery of war cares nothing for beauty or history? In the months leading up to the offensive, curators and archivists working for both the Nazi regime and various underground networks had undertaken one of the war's most poignant and complicated missions, the evacuation of Vienna's cultural inheritance. The scale of what needed protection was almost incomprehensible. The Hofburg Palace alone contained artwork and treasures spanning 5 centuries of Habsburg rule. There were paintings by Rubens and Bruegel, illuminated manuscripts dating back to the medieval period, armor and weapons from the imperial collections, royal vestments, crown jewels. The National Library held hundreds of thousands of volumes, many of them irreplaceable. The University of Vienna possessed scientific instruments and records, private collections throughout the city, held by aristocratic families, wealthy merchants, and Jewish families who had managed to hide or protect their holdings, represented a cultural archive that could never be reconstituted if lost. The Austrian authorities and Nazi officials, despite their ideological differences and the regime's well-documented theft and destruction of art throughout occupied Europe, had made a pragmatic decision months earlier. The treasures would be moved to safe repositories. The primary destination was Altaussee, a small mining town in the Salzkammergut region, about 200 kilometers southwest of Vienna. Deep within an ancient salt mine, hollowed out over centuries by miners extracting one of Austria's most valuable resources, the Austrian government had created a vast underground vault. The temperature and humidity remained remarkably stable throughout the year. The altitude meant flooding was virtually impossible, and the remoteness offered some protection from bombing. For generations, the salt mines had preserved the Earth's minerals. Now they would preserve a nation's artistic heritage. Between February and early April 1945, a steady stream of trucks and rail cars carried crated paintings, boxed documents, wrapped sculptures, and carefully padded treasures from Vienna down through the Alpine passes toward Altaussee. Some of the most precious items made the journey multiple times, their routes constantly adjusted as the front lines shifted and new threats emerged. There was a particular tension in these operations. The men directing them had to move quickly without attracting attention from the regime's own authorities, many of whom remained committed to the notion that Nazi Germany would somehow recover and repel the Soviet advance. Moving cultural property too visibly might suggest a lack of faith in German victory, and in 1945, lack of faith could be fatal. Among those involved in the rescue efforts were staff members of the Kunsthistorisches Museum, the Austrian State Library, and various university departments. Many of them had been wrestling with impossible choices throughout the Nazi period, collaborating with the regime's administrative structures while secretly sympathizing with the resistance, performing their jobs while knowing those jobs served a criminal government. Now, in the chaos of the final weeks, their expertise became essential. They understood the irreplaceable nature of what they were protecting. They knew which pieces had already been stolen by the Nazis from Jewish collections, which ones had been hidden by private families to escape confiscation, which documents might contain evidence of crimes committed during the war. In some cases, protecting these materials felt like a form of quiet resistance, preserving witness testimony, maintaining proof, saving beauty from a system that trafficked in destruction. The fate of individual pieces tells a story within the larger narrative. Gustav Klimt's Death and Life, one of Austria's most iconic paintings, painted in 1911 during an era when Vienna still felt like the center of European culture, found its way into a wooden crate bound for the salt mine. Egon Schiele's raw, expressionistic works were wrapped and transported. The Golden Fleece manuscripts, medieval texts illuminated with gold leaf and pigments that had survived for centuries, traveled in specially constructed boxes. Each item was documented as carefully as circumstances allowed. Some pieces were hidden in ecclesiastical buildings. Vienna's churches had been largely spared from bombing and offered unexpected sanctuary. Abbeys and monasteries throughout Austria became temporary museums, their crypts and storage rooms filled with crated treasures. What remains striking about these preservation efforts, even across the distance of decades, is how they unfolded almost parenthetically to the war itself. While men died in the Danube crossings and buildings collapsed under artillery fire, while Soviet commanders calculated their approach angles and Nazi generals issued final, increasingly incoherent orders, there existed another parallel reality where a small group of people moved through the landscape with their eyes fixed on something that had nothing to do with victory or defeat. These were acts of faith in continuity. They represented a profound belief that whatever happened militarily, whatever happened to governments and armies and ideologies, Vienna itself would survive, and the cultural record would remain. The cellars of Vienna proper also served as temporary repositories. Beneath many of the old apartment buildings in the inner city, beneath the streets where tanks would soon rumble overhead, families and custodians had gathered smaller collections, paintings from private homes, manuscripts, items of personal significance. These underground spaces, which would soon become shelters from shellfire, served double duty as vaults. There is an accidental poetry in this arrangement. The very spaces that would save Viennese lives during the assault were also protecting the visual and written memory of Vienna itself. Above ground, the present moment was being decided through violence. Below ground, the past and the possibility of future memory were being carefully preserved. Some of the most poignant stories involve individual paintings or objects that changed hands multiple times during these chaotic weeks. Consider a work that had been looted from a Jewish collection by the Nazis, then hidden by resistance members or concerned museum staff to prevent further Nazi appropriation, and then moved yet again to escape the advancing Soviet forces. These items became almost physical manifestations of Austria's moral confusion and complexity. Caught between competing claims, surviving through accident and intention in equal measure, their true histories obscured by layers of wartime necessity and secrecy. The work of preserving Vienna's archives also involved a kind of archaeological consciousness, an awareness that these documents and objects would eventually tell future generations the truth about what had occurred. Diaries were hidden, letters were carefully selected and moved to safe locations. Records that might incriminate individuals or document war crimes were protected not out of loyalty to those individuals, but because their survival would eventually serve justice. The curators and librarians who participated in these efforts often understood, perhaps not in explicit terms but intuitively, that they were engaged in something that transcended the immediate crisis. They were ensuring that history itself would be possible. By early April, as the Soviet forces closed in on Vienna's outer districts, the vast majority of the city's most precious and irreplaceable items had been moved to safer locations. The decision meant that when the bombardment began, when buildings were set alight by artillery shells, when entire blocks of Vienna would be reduced to rubble and ash, the cultural foundation of the city remained intact. It was a form of survival different from the survival of the city's people, less dramatic, less visible, yet in its own way equally essential. The treasures would wait in darkness beneath the earth, in sealed church crypts, in remote abbeys, through whatever was about to unfold. They would wait with a kind of patience that only inanimate objects possess, trusting in the hope that someday someone would come to retrieve them and restore them to the light. By the first days of April, the Soviet ring around Vienna had tightened to a noose so complete that German commanders could scarcely pretend the city remained defensible. The streets of the Innere Stadt, that precious medieval core with its Gothic spires and imperial palaces, had become a labyrinth of rubble and flame, where organized resistance was giving way to survival instinct, where officers shouted orders that no longer reached their men, where the radio crackled with increasingly desperate appeals to hold ground that was already lost. The Soviet forces, Tolbukin's armies from the east, Malinovsky's converging from the south, had begun their final compression like a hand slowly closing around something fragile and irreplaceable. What remained of Army Group South by this final week was less a coherent military force than a collection of isolated pockets, each cut off from the others, each receiving contradictory orders that oscillated between impossible counterattack directives and vague instructions to establish new defensive lines that did not exist on any map that mattered anymore. General Wöhler, the army group commander, had been replaced by General Lothar Rendulic, a man whose reputation for ruthlessness was matched only by his desperation to avoid the fate of other Nazi commanders who had presided over the loss of great cities. He knew, as surely as anyone in the dying Third Reich could know anything with clarity, that Vienna was slipping away. And yet the orders from Hitler's bunker in Berlin continued to arrive with an almost surreal insistence that Vienna must be held at all costs, that somehow, through force of will and the courage of the remaining troops, the Soviet offensive could be repelled. This gap between what Berlin demanded and what was actually possible in Vienna had become a chasm that no amount of rhetoric could bridge. The Danube, that great river which had always been Vienna's lifeblood and its boundary, now became the focus of desperate last-minute calculations. The bridges, the Reichsbrücke, the Aspenbrücke, the others that had connected the city across its waters for centuries, represented the final escape routes for the German forces still clinging to the right bank. The Wehrmacht engineers had been given orders to prepare these structures for demolition, to mine and wire them, so that at the crucial moment they could be destroyed to prevent the Soviets from using them. And yet, even as these orders were issued, other voices within the German command were asking whether destroying Vienna's bridges was truly necessary, whether it served any strategic purpose beyond denying resources to the enemy, whether it was simply an act of spite toward a city that had sheltered German power for centuries. The tension between these impulses, to hold, to destroy, to escape, hung over the final days like a trembling thread. One might pause here to consider what it must have felt like for a German officer in those final hours, aware that the cause for which he had fought and for which thousands had died was now genuinely lost, watching the Soviet artillery flashes light up the night sky from every direction, knowing that within days, or perhaps hours, there would be nowhere left to go. Some of these men were convinced ideologues, true believers in the Nazi vision, even as it crumbled into dust and blood. Others were simply soldiers who had followed orders for so long that they could not imagine doing anything else. Still others were acutely, painfully aware of the reality of the situation and were occupied entirely with the question of how to survive the next few days, how to get across a river before the bridges were destroyed, how to avoid capture by Soviet forces who had their own accounts to settle after 3 years of brutal warfare in the east. By April 9th, Soviet forces had already reached the Danube's far bank in some places, effectively trapping the remaining German garrison in Vienna proper. The city itself had become an island, a pocket of organized German resistance, in a landscape where organized resistance barely existed anymore. Street by street, block by block, the Soviets were grinding forward, their tanks and heavy guns methodically destroying buildings that offered any hint of defensive position. The Germans in return were conducting a fighting withdrawal, falling back from position to position, trying to maintain control of the bridges long enough to allow the rearguard to escape. It was during these final days that German military units began to lose all semblance of discipline. Some soldiers, realizing that further resistance was futile, simply laid down their weapons and surrendered. Others fought on with the kind of grim determination that comes when one believes one has nothing left to lose. Supply lines had completely collapsed. There was no more coordination between units, no reliable means of communication, no sense that anyone in Berlin or in Vienna truly knew what was happening at street level anymore. The symbolism of the bridges during this final week was not lost on anyone. To control a bridge across the Danube was to control Vienna's lifeline. To destroy a bridge was to sever connection not just between the north and south banks, but between past and future, between the Vienna that had been and whatever Vienna might become. German engineers moved along these spans with their explosives and their wiring, setting charges that could, at a moment's notice, send centuries of architecture and engineering into the river. There was something almost ritualistic about this process, as though the destruction itself, even if it never came, was a kind of farewell to a world that was dying whether Vienna's bridges stood or fell. By April 10th, it became clear that organized German resistance in Vienna was no longer really organized at all. What remained was a collection of individual strongpoints, each holding out in ignorance of what was happening a few blocks away, each slowly being reduced by Soviet firepower, each occupying terrain that the Soviets had already decided was not worth the casualties to defend. The Wehrmacht's grand strategic plans had dissolved into 100 small, local decisions made by junior officers and non-commissioned officers trying to do what seemed possible in impossible circumstances. Some commanders were evacuating civilians from certain areas before the fighting reached them. Others were conscripting the last remaining able-bodied men and women into makeshift defensive formations that would be overrun within hours. The city was fracturing, not just physically, but institutionally, spiritually, in every way that a place can fracture when the structures that held it together have been swept away. It was during these days that the last organized German resistance across Vienna finally began to collapse completely. Not in a dramatic moment of surrender, but in a gradual dissolution, a slow trickling away of coherence and purpose. Units that had been fighting together for days found themselves separated from one another, cut off, surrounded. Officers who had maintained some semblance of command authority found that their authority extended only a few hundred meters, only as far as their voices could carry or a radio signal could reach. The SS units that had been promised by propaganda to fight to the last man were, in reality, attempting to organize their own retreats, their own escapes. The myth of a fanatical defense, of a heroic last stand that would somehow turn the tide, evaporated like morning mist under the relentless pressure of Soviet artillery and the inexorable advance of Soviet tanks. The question that haunted the final hours was always the same: when to cross the Danube, when to blow the bridges, and whether there would be any escape left at all. By April 11th, the answer had become clearer. The bridges would be destroyed, not perhaps in a grand gesture of defiance, but simply because they had to be denied to the Soviet forces. And those German soldiers who had not already escaped across them would have to find other ways out, through the rubble and chaos of Vienna's streets, hoping to find a way north, away from the advancing Soviet army, toward the remnants of German-held territory that still existed in Austria and Bavaria, growing smaller with each passing day. The symbolic end of organized resistance came not with a thunderous sound, but with a quiet, almost bureaucratic acknowledgement that the game was over, that Vienna belonged to the Soviets now, and that the time for fighting had passed into the time for surviving, for escaping, for becoming a prisoner, or for dying in the ruins of a city whose name had once meant power and culture and the heart of empire. By the morning of April 13th, the Soviet advance had become less a military operation and more the inexorable closing of a fist. The last pockets of organized German resistance in Vienna's outer districts had collapsed during the night, and as dawn broke pale and uncertain over the rubble-strewn streets, Soviet commanders understood that the formal capture of the Austrian capital was now merely a matter of ceremony and consolidation. The fighting had not entirely ceased. Pockets of Wehrmacht holdouts remained barricaded in scattered buildings. Die-hard SS men still fired from basement windows and bell towers. But the battle itself had ended. The outcome was no longer in doubt. What remained was the strange, delicate moment of transition, when one world had visibly ended, but the next had not yet fully begun. Soviet tanks rolled into the inner districts with a deliberate slowness that differed markedly from their breakneck advance across the plains of Hungary and Lower Austria. The commanders had learned something from the urban combat of the previous days. Speed meant casualties now. The armor moved carefully, supported by infantry clearing buildings methodically, sometimes block by block. Red flags began to appear on public buildings and street corners, hastily fastened cloth and paper rather than proper banners, yet their meaning was unmistakable. Vienna had changed hands. And yet, perhaps the most striking feature of that April morning was not the tanks or the flags, but the profound quietness that seemed to settle over the city despite the occasional crack of rifle fire and the rumble of engines. Survivors emerging cautiously from the cellars and U-Bahn tunnels where they had sheltered for days, sometimes weeks, spoke later of a peculiar silence, as if the city itself was holding its breath. The constant roar of artillery that had become the soundtrack to their lives for nearly 2 weeks had finally stilled. The screech of shells approaching had ceased. The earth no longer trembled with the rhythm of distant bombardment. For many Viennese, that absence of sound was more startling than the presence of invaders. It is difficult to know precisely how word spread through the ruined districts that Vienna had fallen, that the Nazis' promise of an impregnable bastion had proven hollow, that the Red Army now controlled the streets. There was no public announcement, no ceremonial proclamation read from the steps of the Rathaus. Communication moved through whispers, through carefully opened cellar doors, through nods exchanged between neighbors who had not seen one another in days. Soviet soldiers, often young men themselves, sometimes barely more than boys, stood guard at intersections and occasionally distributed food, hard bread, canned meat, hot tea from mobile canteens. Some Viennese approached them with expressions of relief. Others maintained a wary distance, uncertain whether liberation would prove gentler than occupation. The symbolism of April 13th would not have been lost on anyone observing the day. Vienna's fall came in the spring, when new growth should have been emerging across the Austrian landscape. The trees in what remained of the city's parks were just beginning to bud, a cruel juxtaposition with the blackened facades of office buildings and apartment blocks. The famous Vienna woods, so beloved by composers and poets, lay scarred by tank tracks and pockmarked with shell holes. Yet there was something profoundly human in the fact that grass would grow again in those places, that the buds on those wounded trees would eventually open into leaves. Perhaps that too was understood in the strange hush of that morning. The Danube itself seemed different. For days it had been a barrier, a boundary, a military objective. Soviet engineers had worked frantically to construct pontoon bridges, while German defenders had attempted to destroy or defend the existing crossings with desperate, often suicidal intensity. Now, with Vienna's fall secured, the great river became simply a river again, sunlight reflected off its surface. The current continued its ancient flow toward the Black Sea, indifferent to the human dramas played out on its banks. Some witnesses noted that the water seemed unusually high that spring, swollen with snowmelt from the mountains to the west, as if even nature was participating in the erasure of the recent violence. What did Soviet commanders do on that morning? The available records suggest a mixture of pragmatic military business and the peculiar bureaucratic procedures that large armies perform even in moments of profound historical significance. Tolbuchin's headquarters began the process of formally documenting the capture of Vienna, recording the time, coordinating with other Soviet forces, sending dispatches to Moscow. Stalin would be informed that the last major Axis capital in Central Europe had fallen to Red forces. The achievement was significant, even as the broader war in Europe continued to wind toward its final conclusion. German forces to the north, in the Alps and Upper Austria, would continue fighting for another 3 weeks, but Vienna itself was no longer in question. The formal ceremonies of occupation began almost immediately. Soviet flags were raised on significant buildings. Military commandants were appointed to establish order. The apparatus of military administration, which had been refined through months of occupation in Hungary, Romania, and other conquered territories, swung into operation. Soviet officers began touring the city, assessing damage, identifying buildings of strategic or symbolic importance, and establishing headquarters in structures that had survived the bombardment. The National Bank, government ministries, and various administrative centers became Soviet facilities almost as if they had always been intended for this purpose. Have you ever considered what passes through the mind of a civilian in the moment after an occupying force seizes control of their city? The Viennese experienced something more complex than pure relief or pure terror. There was relief that the shelling had stopped, that the uncertainty of combat had ended, that one could walk above ground without fear of artillery bursts. Yet there was also apprehension about what Soviet occupation would mean for their daily lives, their freedom of movement, their relationships with neighbors, their access to food and shelter. The city had endured bombardment by one totalitarian regime and would now experience occupation by another. The specific nature of that occupation remained unknown, though rumors and fear provided ample material for anxiety. By afternoon of that day, a strange normalcy began to impose itself on Vienna's ravaged districts. Soviet soldiers took positions at street corners. Military vehicles moved through the rubble with increasing confidence. Some Viennese ventured out to see the new reality. Shopkeepers began assessing whether their establishments could reopen. People searched for relatives, moved through ruins looking for salvageable possessions, attempted to understand how life might continue in a city that had been fundamentally transformed in the course of less than a fortnight of combat. The question of what happened to the remaining German forces, the die-hard units still holding out in scattered strongpoints, was resolved gradually and without great ceremony. Some commanders, recognizing the futility of further resistance, ordered their men to lay down weapons. Other groups attempted to fight their way westward, seeking to break through Soviet lines and reach American forces still advancing from the west. Most were unsuccessful. A few managed to escape, fading into the chaos of refugees and displaced persons that now characterized large portions of Austria. By the evening of April 13th, organized German military resistance in Vienna had effectively ceased to exist. And so the hush that had fallen over Vienna in the dawn hours continued and deepened as the day progressed. It was not the peaceful silence of a city at rest, but rather a kind of stunned quietness, a pause between catastrophe and reconstruction, a moment when the familiar order had collapsed and the new order had not yet fully solidified. The Red Army controlled Vienna. The war had moved on. The long process of dealing with the consequences, the physical destruction, the human suffering, the political realignment of Central Europe would occupy the decades to come. The first Soviet soldiers to reach the center of Vienna were not arriving as conquerors in the way the citizens feared, but rather as exhausted men, many of them barely older than children, stepping into a city they had been told was the seat of fascism itself. They moved through streets still smoking, past shop windows shattered and emptied, and they saw for the first time in years a place that was not rubble, not completely anyway. And it was precisely this moment, when the guns fell silent and the Red Army stood in Vienna's heart, that the nature of liberation began to reveal itself as something far more complicated than simple freedom. The Soviet command had explicit orders. They were to occupy, to secure, to hold against any remaining German counterattack. But armies moving through unfamiliar territory, after years of brutal warfare, after witnessing things that no amount of training can prepare a human being to accept. Such armies do not always respect the distinction between enemy and civilian, between military necessity and simple exhaustion of conscience. The looting began almost at once, though that word itself is too neat, too orderly for what actually occurred. Soldiers moved through apartments, through abandoned villas in the outer districts, through the homes of party officials and ordinary families alike, taking what they could carry. Watches, jewelry, photographs, whatever suggested value or simply caught the light in a particular way. Some of it was sent home to families who had been living in poverty for years. Some of it was bartered with other units. Some of it was simply lost or forgotten. There was a particular pattern to this, historians have noted, one that tells us something about the human condition under extreme circumstance. The soldiers who took the most were often those who came from the poorest regions of the Soviet Union, men from collective farms and workers' villages who had never seen such abundance, such carefully maintained things. They were not monsters, most of them. They were men who had fought through Poland and Hungary and now stood in a city of intact buildings and intact stores, and the psychological dissonance was profound. How could one reconcile the deprivation of home with this sudden wealth? How could one not take, when taking was possible, when months of rationing and months before that of living in trenches made each object seem like a treasure reclaimed rather than a theft committed? The Red Army Command attempted to impose discipline. There were shootings, executions of looters, though the extent and consistency of these punishments remains debated among scholars. What is clear is that Vienna experienced something distinct from the total annihilation that Berlin would face only weeks later. The city had surrendered, or nearly so. The organized German resistance had collapsed. There was therefore no justification for destruction in the name of military necessity, and yet destruction occurred anyway, not the systematic destruction of battle, but the casual, almost thoughtless destruction of occupation. By the first week of May, Vienna had an interim Soviet military administration. The Soviets established headquarters in the Hofburg Palace, the winter residence of the Habsburgs, which stood relatively intact in the center of the city. There was a certain poetry in this choice, perhaps intentional, perhaps not. The imperial seat now flew the Soviet flag. The city that had been the heart of an empire that had fought Russia, that had joined Hitler's Reich, was now under direct Soviet control. And yet the people of Vienna were beginning to discover that liberation and occupation were not the same thing at all. Food became the immediate crisis. Vienna's supply lines had been destroyed or redirected. The city's population, swollen now with refugees from the eastern reaches of Austria and Hungary, had access to rations that were often insufficient. The soup kitchens established by both Soviet authorities and the hastily reformed city administration distributed thin broths and bread, but hunger remained a constant companion through the spring and into the summer. The black market flourished, which meant that those with items to trade, watches taken from German officials, jewelry, clothing, could eat better than those without. This created a strange economy of survival, where yesterday's soldier became today's profiteer, and the line between liberation and exploitation blurred further still. The Soviet authorities were also intensely concerned with identifying and removing Nazi sympathizers, party officials, and those deemed to be enemies of the new order. This process, called denazification, existed in theory in all the occupation zones, but in the Soviet zone, it took on a particular character. Lists were compiled, interrogations occurred in basements, and requisitioned government buildings. Some of these were thorough and based on evidence. Others were based on denunciation, revenge, or simple misunderstanding. The uncertainty itself became a kind of oppression. One could never be quite certain that a neighbor, motivated by personal grudge or genuine belief, might not make an accusation that could result in arrest or worse. Families were fractured in these early days by circumstances almost too numerous to list. Soldiers who had been away from home for years returned to find that home no longer existed, or was occupied by Soviet troops, or was in a different occupation zone entirely, as Austria was rapidly divided among the four powers. Women who had sheltered in cellars emerged to find that their husbands were either dead or missing, and in the chaos of those first weeks, the possibilities for tracing them were almost non-existent. Children were separated from parents. Elderly people who had survived the bombing only to emerge into occupation found themselves in a world that seemed to have moved beyond their ability to comprehend it. And yet there was also something in those first weeks that was almost gentle, almost hopeful, if one could step back far enough to see it. The guns had stopped. No more shells fell on the city at night. The fear of imminent death, which had been a constant companion for months, began to lift. People emerged into the daylight, who had spent weeks in cellars and tunnels. There was a kind of tentative reconstruction, not of buildings yet, but of daily life. Streets were cleared, bodies were buried. Schools attempted to reopen, though many of the buildings were damaged or occupied. Shops began to appear again, though their shelves were nearly bare. The Austrian population as a whole was in a peculiar psychological state. There was relief, certainly, but also profound uncertainty about what would come next. The Soviet occupation was not expected to be permanent. Everyone knew from the agreements made at the Allied conferences that Austria would be divided among the four powers, that occupation would be temporary, that eventually there would be elections and some form of Austrian state would be restored. But these were distant hopes. The immediate reality was Soviet soldiers, Soviet officers making decisions about who could move where, what businesses could operate, which newspapers could be published. For a city that had spent the previous 12 years under Nazi control, the substitution of one form of totalitarianism for another was not the liberation they had imagined, and yet it was liberation nonetheless, in the simple sense that they were no longer being actively killed, no longer being conscripted into a failing war machine. The looting, perhaps, was the most visible and visceral symbol of this contradiction. A Soviet officer might seize a painting or a piece of furniture, and in the moment it seemed like theft, a violation of the city and its people. But that same officer might also ensure that the food depot was opened and distributed, that the hospitals were allowed to function, that the immediate chaos of the transition from war to peace did not descend into complete lawlessness. The human heart does not exist in a state of simple virtue or simple vice, and the occupation of Vienna revealed this truth in all its uncomfortable complexity. The soldiers of the Red Army were both liberators and occupiers, both protectors and predators, and these contradictions existed simultaneously, irreconcilable and undeniable. In the silence that settled over the rubble in those first days after the shooting stopped, a different kind of reckoning began. The battle for Vienna, though officially concluded by April 13th, had left behind something far more complex than territory gained or lost. It had fractured the living tissue of a city, families separated in panic, homes reduced to ash, and tens of thousands of people who would spend the remainder of their lives trying to reconstruct not just buildings, but the very architecture of their existence. The official casualty figures have always been contested, as figures tend to be when a city becomes a battleground. Somewhere between 8 and 10,000 civilians had perished in Vienna during the final weeks of fighting. Some sources suggest higher numbers when you account for those who would die in the following months from wounds, disease, and malnutrition that the war's end could not instantly resolve. Most of these deaths occurred not in dramatic confrontations, but in the slow accumulation of smaller horrors. A shell striking a cellar where families huddled together, a sudden collapse of weakened masonry, the infection of wounds treated in basements without proper medicine, the simple grinding toll of hunger and exposure. What makes these numbers particularly haunting is that nearly all of them were preventable. Vienna's defenders had chosen to fight for a city that, by April 1945, had already been defeated in every meaningful sense. The German army group south was fragmenting, its supply lines severed, its commanders isolated from any coherent strategy. And yet the street fighting continued for days, consuming civilians alongside soldiers, turning apartment buildings into defensive positions and gardens into killing fields. In the Mariahilf district, entire blocks were leveled by artillery meant to dislodge small German strongpoints. In Favoriten, the fighting was so intense that survivors would later describe entire neighborhoods simply ceasing to exist. But perhaps the deeper wound was measured not in death, but in displacement. In the chaos of the offensive and the weeks that followed, somewhere between 20 and 30,000 Viennese became refugees within their own city, or were forced beyond it entirely. These were people who had emerged from cellars to find their homes obliterated. They were families separated in the panic of the Soviet advance, mother and child torn apart at a railroad junction, brothers sent to different labor camps, fathers conscripted or captured or simply vanished in the confusion. Some of these separations would heal relatively quickly, at least in proximity, but others would stretch across decades, and some would never close. The experience of the Viennese refugee in those immediate post-war weeks was peculiarly disorienting. You had survived a siege. You had endured bombardment and street fighting and the arrival of the Red Army. And yet, even with the battle technically concluded, normal life remained impossibly distant. Food was rationed to near starvation levels. Water often came from contaminated sources. Medical facilities were overwhelmed. Typhus spread through the crowded shelters. And everywhere there was the question that nobody could quite answer. When could you leave the cellar for good? When could you return to what had been normal? For many Viennese, that return never came, because there was nothing to return to. A woman who had lived her entire life in a particular apartment building in the 15th district would emerge from the basement to find a crater where her home had stood. Her photographs, her letters, her accumulated small treasures, everything had been vaporized in seconds. What do you do in such a moment? How do you reconcile the loss of an entire lifetime of accumulation? Some people simply walked away, accepting refugee status, moving to whatever corner of Austria or Germany or further afield might take them. Others stayed, living in makeshift shelters on the same streets where their houses had stood, trying somehow to salvage meaning from the wreckage. The refugee camps that sprang up in Vienna's surrounding areas became temporary cities unto themselves. We can imagine them without too much difficulty. The crowded tent villages, the long lines for soup and bread, the children who had known nothing but war, playing silently among the displaced persons from across Eastern Europe. Because Vienna did not simply lose its own residents. It became, almost overnight, a magnet for displaced persons from across the collapsing territories to the east. Hungarians, Romanians, Poles, Jews who had survived camps or death marches, German civilians fleeing the Soviet advance, they all converged on Vienna in the weeks and months following the battle, seeking food, safety, and the possibility of moving further west. Some of these people would eventually find their way to America or Australia. Some would return to homes that no longer existed. Some would simply disappear into the machinery of displaced persons' bureaucracy, becoming statistics in ledgers that were themselves barely maintained in the chaos of 1945. What strikes one most forcefully when reading the testimonies of those who lived through Vienna's collapse, is not actually the grand horror of bombardment or street fighting. Rather, it is the small, aching details of separation. A letter from a daughter to her father, written in a refugee camp, asking if he was still alive, asking where he was, asking if he remembered her name. A mother who had given her child to strangers during the evacuation of the city, trusting that they would find each other again, and then searching fruitlessly through displaced persons lists for years. A husband who had been conscripted into a German labor unit in the final weeks of the war, marched off to a POW camp somewhere in the east, and from whom no word came for 2, 3, 5 years. The psychological weight of such separations should not be underestimated. Vienna had been, before the war, a city of intimate family structures, of multi-generational households, of networks of kinship that stretched across neighborhoods and districts. War had begun to shred these connections in the 1940s, but the battle for the city itself was what accomplished the final unraveling. Families who had endured years of bombardment together were torn apart in the final weeks by the simple fact of different shelters, different evacuation routes, different fates. Some would be reunited within months. Others would not be reunited until years later, after extensive searching. Some would never be reunited at all. The question of the missing haunted Vienna long after the debris had been cleared. How many people had died in ways that were never recorded? How many bodies had been buried in mass graves or simply lost in the general chaos? The Red Cross and various reconstruction organizations maintained missing persons bureaus for years, filled with thousands upon thousands of cards, each one representing someone's anguished inquiry. Did you know my father? He was taken away on such and such a date. He was wearing a brown coat. His name was... For the children of Vienna, the experience was perhaps most intensely strange. Some of them could barely remember their homes. They had spent their most formative years moving from cellar to cellar, listening to bombs, sleeping in the dark. The world above ground was almost theoretical to them. And then, abruptly, there was no more danger, or at least the danger changed shape. There was hunger instead, and cold, and the overwhelming noise of life trying to resume itself. The psychological impact of this sudden shift, from total war to fragile peace, would echo through the lives of Vienna's younger survivors in ways that were not fully understood or processed for decades. The elderly did not always survive the transition at all. We will never have exact numbers, but certainly some portion of Vienna's aged population could not withstand the strain. Those who had endured the Great War, endured the inflation of the 1920s, endured the Depression and the rise of the Reich, and now found themselves at the end of their lives in a ruined city, without resources, without adequate shelter. Some of them simply did not have the strength to continue. They died quietly, in crowded shelters, of causes that seemed almost incidental, but were in reality the cumulative weight of decades of European suffering. And what of the children born in the cellars during those final weeks? There were some women who went into labor as shells fell, who gave birth in darkness, attended by neighbors rather than doctors. What does it mean to enter the world in such circumstances? What shadow, if any, does it cast across a life? Some of these children would go on to become important figures in Vienna's post-war reconstruction. Some would grow up with a particular sensitivity to peace, a particular horror of violence. Others would be damaged in ways that were never fully articulated, carrying forward a kind of inherited trauma that their parents could barely name. In the months after the battle, as Vienna began the long process of what would now be called reconstruction, the question of the human toll remained persistently complicated. You could count the dead in the rubble, you could count the people in refugee camps, but how do you measure the fracture of a family? How do you quantify the loss of a sense of permanence, of a belief that your home would still be there tomorrow? How do you account for the thousand small traumas of those who had watched their city burn, who had emerged from basements to find neighbors missing, who had learned that survival was not a matter of virtue or planning, but of chance? Perhaps what matters most about Vienna's human toll is not that it was uniquely severe, because it was not. Budapest had suffered more, Berlin would suffer more, but that it was endured by people who had expected something different. Vienna had been the capital of an empire. Vienna had been the seat of ancient dynasties. Vienna had been a city of music and culture, of coffee houses and walks along the Danube. And then, in a matter of weeks, it had become something else entirely, a broken place where families were scattered like ashes and where the question of simply surviving the next day had superseded all considerations of home or beauty or memory. That discontinuity, that brutal rupture between what Vienna had been and what it suddenly was, left marks that would take far longer to heal than the physical rebuilding of the city itself. And in some ways, some of those marks never healed at all. They became woven into the identity of the survivors, and then, very quietly and carefully, they were passed down. The dust had barely settled over Vienna's rubble when the machinery of partition began its grinding work. Just as Berlin would be carved into 4 zones, Vienna too found itself divided among the victors. A city that had once stood as the heart of an empire, now fragmented into separate territories of occupation. The Americans held the west, the British the northwest, the French a small wedge in the southwest, and the Soviets, having borne the heaviest cost in blood to reach the city, claimed the entire eastern bank of the Danube and the working-class districts of the north. It was a configuration that made Vienna's geography itself a reflection of the new world order taking shape in those spring months of 1945, where old certainties had collapsed and everything required renegotiation. The process of dividing the city was not as chaotic as one might imagine. There were maps, agreements drawn up in the fog of war by men in distant places, and a kind of administrative exhaustion that paradoxically created a strange civility among the occupying powers, at least for a time. The 4 commanders met, discussed how to govern a city that barely functioned, and worked out protocols for moving through one another's sectors. Yet beneath this surface of coordination lay the seeds of tension that would eventually crystallize into the Cold War itself. Vienna became, in a sense, a laboratory where the wartime alliance was slowly dismantled, not through grand gestures, but through 1,000 small frictions and misunderstandings. Life in those first months of occupation was a peculiar blend of survival and disorientation. The immediate fighting had ended, yet the trauma of it lingered everywhere. Families ventured cautiously from cellars and U-Bahn tunnels, emerging into streets they scarcely recognized. Entire neighborhoods had been reduced to geometric patterns of rubble, and the smell of destruction, a combination of powdered concrete, ash, and other scents best left unnamed, hung over the city like a permanent cloud. People picked through the ruins searching for salvage, for anything that might be useful. An intact doorframe became a precious find. A length of rope was wealth. The currency of daily life had reverted to the barter economy of necessity. A tin of food for firewood, clothing for information about missing relatives. The Austrian people themselves existed in a strange liminal state during these occupation years. They had been, in the legal fiction maintained by the Western powers, the victims of Nazi aggression, the first country conquered by Hitler's Germany, rather than willing participants in it. This accounting, though it contained elements of truth, also contained convenient forgetting. It allowed the Austrians to begin reconstruction under a different narrative than the Germans faced. The Americans and British, in particular, seemed content to treat Austria as a nation to be rehabilitated rather than punished, though the Soviets held a more skeptical view of Austrian innocence. Still, the result was gradual. Ration cards were distributed, water systems were partially restored, electricity returned to some neighborhoods first, then others. The journey back toward normalcy was measured not in months, but in small, almost invisible milestones. A tram line reopened in the summer of 1945, and people wept at the sight of it, as if the simple fact of wheels on rails represented the possibility of resurrection. A bakery that had survived the bombardment resumed production, and the smell of bread, real bread, not the sawdust-infused ersatz of the war's final days, drew crowds that stood quietly, almost reverently, waiting their turn. A school was cleared of rubble and reopened. The opera house remained closed, its interior a cavern of blackened walls and twisted metal, but plans were drawn up. Always, in Vienna, there were plans for restoration, for beauty, for the future. The division of the city into sectors created an odd geography of daily life. A Viennese living near the sector boundaries might need to navigate multiple occupation authorities simply to visit a friend or reach a market. The Russians controlled food supplies from the agricultural areas to the east, which gave them subtle leverage over the entire city's survival. The Americans and British brought order, organization, and the first trickle of humanitarian aid from UNRWA, the United Nations Relief and Rehabilitation Administration. The French occupied a smaller zone but maintained a kind of cultural stubbornness that kept alive certain traditions of civilian administration. Each sector developed its own character, its own rhythm of occupation. Winter came to occupied Vienna in 1945, and it was merciless. Fuel was scarce. People burned whatever wood they could find, including the remains of destroyed buildings. Some families took apart entire houses from the ruins, piece by piece, reducing them further to ash and warmth. The rubble mountains themselves became a kind of resource, scavenged for bricks that could be cleaned and reused. Children, with that peculiar resilience of the young, began to play in these ruins, creating games from destruction, building fortresses from the fragments of a fallen world. Many of them had never known Vienna intact, and so their memories of the city were already layered with ruin. The Soviet occupation, particularly in the eastern sectors, carried with it the weight of Soviet losses and the logic of Soviet revenge, even if organized rape and murder were not deployed as systematically in Vienna as they had been in some German cities. Still, there was theft, systematic, sometimes chaotic looting of valuables, art, and machinery. Soviet soldiers took what they could, and officers looked the other way or participated themselves. Some of this was personal acquisition, some was official Soviet policy, part of the reparations the Soviet Union had claimed as its due. The art galleries, emptied before the battle and hidden in salt mines and cellars, were slowly brought back to the light, though their full contents would take months to catalogue and verify. The Soviets made certain that significant items found their way back to Moscow, a practice that would not be fully resolved for decades. The question of Austria's future political status hung over these early occupation years like a suspended tension. Would Austria be allowed to become independent again, or would it be divided and absorbed into spheres of influence? The Soviets were skeptical of Austrian independence, viewing the small nation as a potential staging ground for hostile powers. The Western Allies, by contrast, saw value in restoring Austria as a buffer, a neutral state that might eventually relieve tensions rather than inflame them. These debates played out in conference rooms and diplomatic corridors, far from Vienna itself, yet their outcome would shape the city and nation for decades to come. By 1946, Vienna had begun its slow transformation back into something resembling a functioning city. The trams ran more frequently. Markets reopened, though shortages remained chronic through that first full year of peace. The Austrian government, established under Soviet sufferance but supported by the Western powers, began to assert a cautious authority over civilian administration. Schools filled with children again, their education interrupted for years, now resuming under a hastily reformed curriculum that attempted to teach Austria's history without reference to the Nazi period, a strange kind of amnesia that would itself require decades to overcome. The psychology of return was complex and multivalent. Joy at survival mixed with grief for the dead. Relief at the end of bombardment coexisted with anxiety about an uncertain future under foreign occupation. There was also, whispered only in private, a strange sense among some that the Russians, whatever their costs, had done what needed to be done to end the war. This was not gratitude, exactly, but rather a kind of grim acceptance of historical necessity, something unspoken but present in the fabric of daily conversation. Housing was the most acute immediate crisis. Tens of thousands of Viennese had been left homeless by the bombardment and the battle. Temporary shelters were constructed, but Vienna's urban fabric remained skeletal for years. Reconstruction proceeded slowly, constrained by resources, by the need to salvage what could be salvaged, and by disagreements between the occupation authorities about how and where to rebuild. The rubble was not simply cleared away overnight. It was processed, sorted, recycled. Bricks were reclaimed. Steel was salvaged for export or reuse. Wood was burned or repurposed. The very act of clearing the ruins was, in itself, a form of healing, a visible progress toward normalcy. The cultural life of Vienna began, hesitantly at first, to revive. Small concerts were held in partially intact halls. Theatre companies cautiously reopened, offering light entertainment rather than anything that might be controversial. The Vienna Philharmonic, its musicians scattered and traumatized by the war years, began to gather again. By 1946, they attempted a concert, a significant symbolic moment, the suggestion that Vienna might become Vienna again. The opera remained closed and would for several years yet, but the very fact of orchestral music in a city that had been defined by it represented a kind of resurrection, however fragile and partial. The children of Vienna, born into war and now growing up amid occupation and scarcity, knew only this world of division and foreign uniforms. A generation was forming whose entire experience of the city was one of partition, of ration cards, of navigating between sectors. They learned the languages of their occupiers, Russian, English, French, and forgot, or never learned, the fuller Vienna their parents had once known. Some historians have argued that this generation, precisely because they had no memory of pre-war Vienna, were able to imagine its future more freely than those who remembered what had been lost. The question of what Vienna had been, and what it should become, was not merely political, it was existential. The city's economic structure had collapsed. Its role as the capital of a vast empire was gone forever. Austria itself was smaller, poorer, and dependent on the occupation powers for basic survival. Yet within this diminishment, Vienna began to find a new identity. It would no longer be the center of a multinational empire. It would become something else, a cultural capital perhaps, a symbol of European continuity amid the ruins of the old world, a place where, despite everything, music and architecture and human resilience could find expression. By the late 1940s, Vienna had stabilized, if not yet prospered. The immediate chaos of 1945 had given way to a kind of grim normality. Rations were still meager, occupation was still present, but the city functioned. Trains ran, buses operated, The famous Viennese coffee culture attempted a quiet resurrection, even as coffee remained scarce and precious. In the coffee houses that reopened, people spoke in careful tea. How a city chooses to remember its own catastrophe often says more about its future than its past. And Vienna, in the decades that followed those April days of 1945, found itself doing something rather unusual. Remembering the battle not as a single shared story, but as 3 or 4 entirely different narratives, each one true in its own way, yet none quite complete without the others. For many Austrians, particularly those who survived within the city itself, the Vienna Offensive became something distant and almost clinical in memory. The Austrian narrative, which developed gradually over the post-war decades, came to emphasize Austria's own victimhood. Vienna was not a city that chose to fight to its last brick for the Reich. It was a city that had been occupied, first by Hitler's Germany, and then occupied again by Stalin's Soviet Union. That distinction mattered deeply. Austria would eventually position itself not as a defeated power, but as a nation liberated and occupied, a subtle but significant reframing. The battle itself, in Austrian memory, became less about heroic German resistance and more about the suffering of ordinary Viennese caught between 2 vast armies. The cellars, the fear, the uncertainty, these became the true story. The destruction was acknowledged with a kind of weary resignation. Such is war, such was occupation. But Austria, through its official memory, began to emphasize its own national identity, separate from German guilt. Vienna's role in the offensive, then, became one chapter in the larger Austrian story of recovery and renewal, not of fascism and final stands. The Russian memory, by contrast, remained fixed on the achievement itself. The Vienna Offensive was the Soviet victory that clinched the war in Europe. Marshal Tolbukhin's Third Ukrainian Front and Malinovsky's Second Ukrainian Front had executed a vast maneuver, coordinating hundreds of thousands of soldiers across difficult terrain, and they had taken one of Europe's greatest capitals without, in the final accounting, reducing it entirely to rubble. There was pride in this. For Soviet historians and military strategists, the battle demonstrated Soviet tactical sophistication, the ability of the Red Army to conduct complex combined operations, and the irreversible momentum of the Soviet advance. The cost, tens of thousands of Soviet casualties, was presented as the necessary price of victory, the debt owed to history. But there was something else in Soviet memory as well, something quieter and less often spoken aloud. Some Soviet soldiers, when they entered Vienna, found a city that spoke to something deeper than mere military triumph. They found Beethoven's Vienna. They found the Vienna of Mozart. They found a European center of high culture, and even for men raised in the Soviet system, that encounter left an impression. The looting that followed was partly tactical, partly economic, stripping resources for the Soviet homeland. But it was also, perhaps, a complicated form of cultural claiming, a taking of the spoils of war that had always belonged to the victors. Soviet memory thus became tinged with something it did not often admit, awe, mixed with the certainty of justified conquest. Western historians and archivists, working in the decades after the war with access to documents from all sides, developed yet another frame. They saw the Vienna Offensive as a crucial test of Soviet planning, a moment where the Soviets had to prove they could conduct large-scale urban operations without the horror of Warsaw or Budapest. And indeed, while Vienna sustained terrible damage, particularly St. Stephen's Cathedral, the city was spared the apocalyptic leveling that Berlin would soon endure. Western military historians often asked whether this restraint was deliberate Soviet policy, designed to preserve the cultural capital for the post-war occupation, or whether it was simply the result of Austrian resistance efforts that succeeded in limiting the fighting in the city centre. The answer likely contained elements of both, though proving it required reading between the lines of sometimes contradictory testimonies. For Western scholarship, the Vienna Offensive became an interesting case study in the mechanics of late-war Soviet operations, how momentum could be maintained, how urban terrain could be navigated, how political considerations, preserving a major European city, might influence military decisions. The human cost was noted, documented, and then set aside in favor of the operational analysis. This was not cruelty on the part of historians, but rather the particular way Western military history disciplines approach the problem of war. There emerged also, over time, a fourth memory, the memory of those who had resisted, the Austrian resistance figures whose efforts to limit the destruction have been acknowledged and celebrated in Austrian consciousness far more generously than in the Soviet or Western narratives. The men and women of the O5, the Austrian resistance network, became symbols of Austrian agency, of Austrians choosing their own fate rather than simply enduring it. Their role in attempting to prevent the demolition of the Danube bridges, in negotiating with Soviet commanders, in trying to spare Vienna's centre, this narrative elevated Austria above the position of mere victim and mere conquered territory. It suggested something nobler, something more complex, and yet, even this memory was contested. Some Soviet accounts suggested that such negotiations never happened, that Soviet commanders would have proceeded exactly as they did regardless. Some German survivors insisted that the resistance efforts actually prolonged the fighting. The truth, as is often the case, was mixed enough that each faction could claim vindication. By the 1990s, when the Cold War had ended and Austria had regained full independence, a kind of synthesis became possible. Memorials went up. Museums opened exhibitions. The city could look back on the Vienna Offensive not as a trauma to be minimized or a triumph to be exaggerated, but as a historical fact to be honored with appropriate complexity. Austrian television documentaries often featured interviews with both Soviet veterans and Viennese survivors, allowing their memories to coexist in the same space, sometimes complementing each other, sometimes contradicting, but together creating a fuller picture than any single national memory could provide. What emerged from this long process of remembering was a recognition that the Vienna Offensive had been many things at once. It was a military operation of considerable significance. It was a human catastrophe. It was a turning point in European history. It was the moment when Vienna's imperial age ended permanently, when the Austro-Hungarian tradition finally expired, and when the city entered a new era of occupation and occupation zones, of partitioned administration, of slow recovery. Different people, in different places, remembered it differently because they had experienced it differently, and perhaps most importantly, they needed to remember it in the ways that made sense of their own post-war lives. For those who needed to be victors, the memory was of victory. For those who needed to be survivors, the memory was of survival. For those who needed to believe in resistance, the memory was of courage. And all of these memories, contradictory as they were, became part of Vienna's actual history, part of what the city carried forward into its uncertain future. When you stand in the quiet of modern Vienna and consider what happened in those April days of 1945, it becomes difficult not to wonder how this particular battle compared to the apocalyptic struggles taking place simultaneously across the Reich's collapsing borders. Berlin, that grey and monumental seat of Nazi power, would fall just 3 weeks after Vienna's liberation, and Budapest, that jeweled city on the Danube 200 kilometers to the southeast, had already endured months of siege and urban destruction before Vienna's own ordeal began. To understand Vienna's place in history, We must hold these three great city battles side by side, like pages in a ledger of the Reich's final accounting. Berlin represented something almost mythic in the Nazi imagination. It was the capital, the ceremonial heart, the place where Hitler himself still resided in his bunker as the world collapsed above him. When the Soviets surrounded Berlin in April, the battle became something more than military strategy. It became the symbolic death of an ideology, a street-by-street, building-by-building obliteration of the regime's last stronghold. The fighting there lasted nearly 2 weeks, and the city emerged so devastated that whole neighborhoods had to be entirely rebuilt after the war. The Reichstag itself, that architectural anchor of German power, was reduced to a scarred and battered ruin, and the photographic records of Soviet soldiers hoisting their flag above its shattered dome became perhaps the single most iconic image of Nazi Germany's defeat. Vienna, by contrast, though it suffered significant destruction, never quite reached that level of total annihilation. The city's defenders lacked the ideological commitment, or perhaps the sheer manpower, that made Berlin's last stand so ferocious. Where Hitler surrounded himself in Berlin with the last fanatics of the regime, Vienna's German garrison, though substantial, included many officers and soldiers who understood the war was already lost. The city itself, moreover, occupied a peculiar position in Nazi ideology. It was not the Reich's symbolic capital. It was an occupied territory, part of Greater Germany since the Anschluss of 1938, but emotionally and historically distinct. Berlin was where the regime died. Vienna was where the occupation ended. Budapest, meanwhile, had endured something altogether more prolonged and, in many respects, more devastating. The Hungarian capital had been surrounded for months before Vienna even came under direct Soviet assault, and the fighting there had ground on through the winter and into early spring in a grinding, hunger-stricken siege. The Danube that flows through Budapest became a barrier and a graveyard. Frozen in winter, it offered neither passage nor escape, and by the time Soviet forces finally secured the city in mid-February, weeks before Vienna's battle began, the urban landscape had been systematically reduced to rubble. The casualties were staggering, perhaps 200,000 dead, and much of the city's medieval and Austro-Hungarian architecture had been obliterated. When Vienna's offensive began, Budapest was already a cautionary tale, a glimpse of what urban warfare could do to a great Central European city. Yet Vienna was spared the worst of Budapest's fate, and we might wonder why. Part of the answer lies in the sheer military efficiency of the Soviet encirclement. Where Budapest's defenders had fought with the desperation of the trapped and the doomed, Vienna's German garrison realized, perhaps more clearly, that resistance was futile and that further bloodshed would only compound the destruction. The Austrian resistance groups, those secret networks working to preserve their city, had also managed to establish channels of communication with Soviet commanders, and there is historical evidence that some effort was made, from both sides, to minimize unnecessary carnage. The famous Soviet agreement to spare the city's cultural treasures, a promise that was imperfectly kept, but honored more than not, suggests that the battle for Vienna never quite reached the level of apocalyptic nihilism that characterized Berlin or the grinding attrition of Budapest. The three battles also reflected, in curious ways, the shifting military and political landscape of the Reich's final days. Berlin's battle was the last desperate stand of true believers, a final convulsion of Nazi ideology meeting overwhelming Soviet force. Budapest's siege represented the ordeal of an occupied nation. Hungary had attempted to change sides, to withdraw from the war, but found itself trapped instead in an elongated nightmare. Vienna's offensive, by contrast, represented something like the systematic collapse of territorial control. The German Army Group South, defending Vienna, was not fighting for the capital of the Reich, or even for a nation's independence. It was fighting a retrograde action, a slow withdrawal that might buy time but could not change the inevitable outcome. The soldiers defending Vienna often knew this. The officers sometimes knew it even more clearly, and some were already thinking about survival, about escape, about what came after. This is perhaps what makes Vienna's battle distinctive within the broader narrative of the Reich's collapse. It was neither the symbolic apocalypse of Berlin nor the prolonged horror of Budapest. It was, rather, a moment of transition, the point at which Nazi Germany's grip on Central Europe finally broke, and a new world began, however uncertainly and at whatever cost. The fighting was fierce, the city was wounded, civilians died in the rubble and the cellars, and the scars would remain for decades. But Vienna, unlike Berlin, was not obliterated. Unlike Budapest, it was not condemned to a winter-long siege. The city endured, as it had endured so much else across its centuries of history. When historians examine the three great city battles together, they often note a pattern in how they are remembered. Berlin has become the ultimate symbol of Nazi defeat. The bunker, the final days, the mythology of resistance to the very end. Budapest is remembered as a tragedy, a cautionary tale of what happens when empires collide over civilian populations. Vienna, perhaps, is remembered more ambiguously, more uncertainly. It was occupied territory, where the occupation simply changed management, in a sense. The Nazis who ruled it were replaced by Soviet occupation that would, itself, eventually give way to a complicated post-war arrangement. The battle itself, though significant, does not carry the historical weight of Berlin's fall or the tragic martyrdom of Budapest's siege. Yet to the people who lived through Vienna's April days, the distinction would have mattered little. They experienced their own apocalypse, their own fear and loss. The elderly woman in the cellar, listening to shells above her, the young soldier watching his city burn, the mother protecting her children in the U-Bahn tunnels. For them, Vienna's offensive was not a mere transition between empires. It was the end of their world as they knew it, and the beginning of something entirely unknown. In that sense, Vienna deserves to be held alongside Berlin and Budapest, not as a smaller or lesser battle, but as a parallel moment in the continent's darkest hour, when great cities fell, and ordinary people endured, and history turned on its axis. If you were to stand on the Marienbrücke on a clear evening now, nearly 80 years after that April dawn when the first Soviet shells fell upon the city's outer ring, you would see Vienna restored to something approaching the world that existed before the war. The Danube flows in the same direction it always has, patient and indifferent to the human suffering that once lined its banks. The water reflects the lights of the Leopoldstadt now, soft and golden, the way it must have reflected them in the imperial nights of the 19th century. The bridges, rebuilt stone by stone where German engineers once prepared their final demolition orders, carry pedestrians and bicycles and small electric trams instead of panzer columns. The sound of them is almost gentle, if you listen carefully enough to separate it from the general hum of a living city. St. Stephen's Cathedral stands above the inner city exactly where it has stood for centuries, its Gothic spire a silhouette familiar to anyone who has ever walked these streets. The roof that burned on that April night in 1945, the ancient timber that collapsed into the sanctuary below, has been painstakingly reconstructed. If you did not know the history, you might not notice the subtle differences in the tile work, the places where new restoration meets original medieval stone. But if you know what happened here, you see it. You see the scar, and the healing, and the stubbornness of a city that chose to rebuild rather than forget. The cellars that sheltered thousands of Viennese during the final weeks of fighting still exist beneath the streets. Many of them are now wine shops and small museums, and the basements of apartment buildings where people hang their laundry and store boxes of Christmas decorations. Sometimes, walking past a particular corner in the Landstrasse district, you might pause without knowing exactly why. The ground beneath your feet remembers what the surface has learned to forget. The rubble that filled these streets in May of 1945, the shattered facades and collapsed roofs, and the slow, methodical work of clearing the dead and the wounded, all of that is gone now, except in photographs and in the careful archives housed in Vienna's historical societies. The occupation zones that divided the city after the Soviet forces withdrew, the American and British sectors that eventually emerged alongside the Austrian state control, these have all dissolved into the seamless geography of a modern European capital. There are no checkpoints now between the districts where Austrian and Soviet and American soldiers once eyed each other across invisible lines. The walls that divided Berlin into two worlds for so many years never took hold in Vienna with quite the same permanence. Perhaps it is because Austrians, in those early post-war years, made a particular choice about their own identity, a careful political and cultural decision that they had been victims of Nazi Germany rather than willing participants. Whether that accounting was entirely just or not, historians still debate. But it allowed the city to move forward without the particular weight of collective guilt that settled so heavily on Berlin. If you were to walk through the Schwarzenberg district in the early hours before dawn, before the city fully wakes, you might feel something of the strange quietness that descended in those first days after the offensive ended. It is not the same silence as the silence of April 1945, when Viennese emerged from their cellars and shelters to find their city transformed. But it carries some echo of that disbelief, that stunned realization that the world has changed entirely, and yet that you yourself are still alive to witness it. The buildings around you bear the marks of decades of careful restoration, of choosing what to preserve and what to gently rebuild. The cafes that line the streets, the music halls and theatres, the elegant apartment buildings with their high ceilings and ornate facades, these are not quite the same as what existed before 1945, but they are descendants of those things, spiritual inheritors of a world that was lost and then partially recovered. There is something particular in the way Vienna moves through its present without quite escaping its past. The city never fell into the trap of either complete amnesia or complete preoccupation with history. It held both possibilities in tension, the way a person might hold the knowledge of a trauma that has shaped them without allowing that trauma to define every moment of their lives. The Vienna Offensive, the final battle for a capital, the encirclement and the street-by-street fighting and the symbolic liberation and the complicated occupation that followed. All of this remains present in Vienna's geography, in the architecture, in the careful attention to preservation that marks the restored inner city. The Danube at night, now, carries the lights of the city reflected in its surface. The Parliament building stands in its constitutional grandeur. The Hofburg Palace, seat of emperors for centuries, continues to house museums and governmental functions, its courtyards as quiet now as they were crowded during the ages of empire. The young women and men who walk these streets today, who order coffee in the old cafes and attend concerts in the concert halls, who fall in love against the backdrop of these carefully tended stones and restored facades. They carry Vienna's history inside them, whether they know the details or not. It lives in the particular architecture of the city, in the way the streets are arranged, in the monuments and memorials that mark the places where specific histories occurred. What might a visitor notice if they descended into one of the U-Bahn stations late at night, when the platforms are almost empty and the fluorescent lights cast that particular pallor that underground places always seem to have? Perhaps only a slight roughness to the concrete, a subtle unevenness that suggests repairs carried out decades ago. Perhaps a faded photograph on the wall, part of a historical exhibition, showing the same platform as it appeared in 1945, crowded with frightened faces, artillery fire audible from somewhere above. The mind might make the connection, might suddenly understand that the ground beneath one's feet witnessed an entire history, and is now simply a transit station, a place to wait for a train that will carry you onward. The restoration of Vienna's cultural treasures, the art and archives and historical documents that had been hidden in salt mines and cellars, this occurred slowly and methodically in the decades after the war. Some pieces were lost forever, vanished into the chaos of occupation and the opportunities that chaos created for those with the will to exploit it. But much was recovered, returned to galleries and museums and historical societies. The process of this recovery mirrors in many ways the recovery of the city itself, a careful, sometimes frustrating negotiation between what was lost and what could be salvaged, what deserved restoration and what might better serve memory by remaining in ruin. As night deepens over modern Vienna, as the city quiets toward that soft darkness before dawn, there is in the arrangement of lights and shadows something that speaks to continuity. The same river flows, the same spires rise into the night sky. The bridges carry people across the water as they have for centuries, though the faces crossing them, the languages spoken, the destinations sought, these have all transformed. The Vienna Offensive was the last great military contest for a capital city in Europe. After this, the wars would be different, smaller, or transformed into the long standoff of the Cold War that would divide the continent for 4 more decades. Vienna escaped that division, remained whole, though marked by occupation and loss and the complicated processes of recovery. There is something restful in